Alrighty, I think that worked. Um, yes. Okay. Welcome everyone to yet another Candy Eggs stream. I am Candy Eggs, everyone's eighth or so favorite queer, which is apparently my catchphrase that I have. Um, yeah. I don't think anyone is here yet, but for those of you who are watching this after the fact for any reason, hi. I just want to warn you, this is going to have tons of spoilers, basically. As you can see, we've got like the script up here. Uh, we're gonna be looking at a lot of stuff, so if you don't want to be spoiled for the episode, this might not be the greatest stream for you. Oh, somebody's here. Somebody exists. Fire Zeno. I have this set up so well so I can read everything. Hello, friends. And again, to reiterate, we are going to be looking at a lot of spoilers. We are going to be looking at art spoilers. We are going to be looking at writing spoilers. We are going to be discussing things. I'm practically going to be writing in front of everyone. So you're all going to see me be like a huge goblin, writing stuff, referencing things earlier, just skipping around. This isn't really something where I'm going to be working on like an art thing. I have the Cladogram that I am working on, and I might like periodically go back to that to work on that. But in general, we are going to be working on this and working with a bunch of spoiler territories because I have been working on this for so long that I'm finally getting to the point where I can't really show people anything without it being spoilers anymore. Oh, look at that up there. Somebody else is here. Let me go over here and read it because I can't set things up properly. Thoughts on Warhammer 40k? Me likey de orcs. I should probably be wearing my glasses, but I'm not going to. Warhammer 40k. I have heard of that. Now I need to quell my interest. So we're gonna go over here. Oh no, Warhammer 40k. What is it? It is a game. It is a game. I can nearly guarantee. What happened to my camera? Okay, there we go. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a trial and error. I have seen stuff from this game before. I haven't really checked it out though, so I guess I don't really have anything to say about it other than like this looks pretty cool. It looks kind of like Bionicle, and as a trans girl, Bionicle. Ooh, somebody else. I'm gonna make this bigger on this side of my screen. Didn't know that commenting gives you experience points before. Is that what that little purple thing? Why am I overexposed? I'm not an e-girl. Commenting gives experience points before. Warhammer build. I don't know what that purple crown means. I'm assuming that's the points or whatever. I don't know. I'm not very smart. We're gonna get into this. I was working on this for like a couple hours earlier today. That's mainly what I've been doing. I've written like 5 pages today, and we're about to write some more flubbin' pages. Oh my goodness, this was probably a bad idea. Okay, we're just gonna scroll. Don't read this. Don't read this. This isn't information for you. This is not information. What is important information is right here. This 26 out of 36. 26 out of 36. That means I am 26 out of 36 finished with writing. Well, it's like a first draft, but I don't really edit it that much after it's done. In fact, what percent is this? What percent is this? 26 divided by 36. 72%. Why am I overexposed? This is becoming a nightmare. we're gonna just tolerate this. We're just gonna tolerate everything. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have a good hangout session. Okay, so we're like 72% done with this, and these names, shh, you don't need to know about these names. These names aren't important. What is important is the one that we are about to be working on. And this is also, by the way, these are all the finished ones. There's 26 of them finished. Holy shit. That's right, we're far enough into where I can just swear now. Holy shit, this has been taking forever. You may notice the 3 of 44. You may notice that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the script. Oh god, I've been flashbanged by my own camera. Let's look at how many pages the previous script was. The hour-and-a-half long video. 43. So, 43 pages compared to 44 pages. We're only 72% done. This episode might be 2 hours longer, or 2 hours long or longer. So that is something we are going to be dealing with. Holy crap. I have been toying around the idea of splitting this into 2 episodes, like a part 1 and a part 2, but I don't really want to do that, partly because long video cool, but also because, like, here's one of the big spoilers I was talking about. The next episode after the Piscian Age is going to be the Piscian Age part 2, so I don't really want to have, like, part 1 and then part 2, and then the next episode be part 2 or continued. So, I don't know. We're gonna find out when we get to it. I'm so overexposed. Do you like Slowpoke back there? That's pretty cool. It's also gay back there. Wow. Okay. Let's start zooming. Actually, you know what? Let's just talk about shit. So, when I have this, like, purple text, that basically means, like, it's a note for future me to make some sort of art for this part of the script. So when it says this line, sunrise bleeds soft light across the alien world's pallid skies and deep into its teal waters, that was me basically being like, you should like paint or edit a pictures to look like this so you can have like a nice picture during this part. Yeah, there's like a million of these. And part of the reason this is important is if I struggle with writing, I'm going to be moving on to the animation, which I've already started, and we're going to take a look at that, and we're going to hope that my computer doesn't explode while trying to do animation. That's the game plan. Mainly this is like a hangout thing, but also we're making progress. Somebody commented something. Spinning Corythosaurus is quite the vibe, by the way. Thank you very much. That was like an entire day making, let me gesture toward it with the mouse. Oh yes. Oh yes. This took a long time. This was for a different project. You know what? We're gonna, I just like being distracted. Where are you? You're in here. This is for this project. Technically, I made this Corythosaurus to test out like pre-rendered graphics art styles. Because I want to put it into my shitty Homestuck fanfiction. So if you like Homestuck, you should read this. ROM bound. Anyways, this Corythosaurus is something playing on my computer? Oh my god, it's me. It's me on the computer. Holy shit. It's me. No way. I'm so easily distracted. Oh my god. Okay. But yeah, this spinning thing was in preparation of that, and I kind of turned it into like, I need to practice this exercise for making this sort of result, and I want something to get from it instead of just doing it for practice. So now I have like a shitpost spinning Corythosaurus in the top corner. I didn't put a blue screen because I'm stupid, so the eyes look like that, but I'm not gonna render it again. Ben says hi. Hi. I'm not wearing my glasses, so we're gonna cope with that. Anyways, look at all this. Look at all the words it says are spelled wrong. Some of them probably are spelled wrong, but most of them are words that I made up, so they can't be wrong. I'll tell you what though, chats, friends is better. A lot of these words I routinely spell wrong, and I forget what most of the shit that I named is called, which is a big reason that I've sort of been moving away from scientific names. But a lot of people really, really wanted them, so. Actually, okay, spoilers. Spoilers, okay? Spoilers. I can't say spoilers enough because we're going like that was a gross noise, Candy Eggs. You're very welcome. This is a thing. This is a big thing. I ran into a huge problem with the old Cladogram. I really wanted it to be like a circle, like a wheel, so I could like spin it and then stuff would go across and people could pause it and look at everything. But it turned out that was incredibly confusing. And through a lot of feedback, I have sort of come to this conclusion. And this certainly is something. It is a work in progress, but I'm pretty alright about how the direction is. I made like this little logo thing. It's kind of fun. But then we have like, oh, the groups. Ooh, the groups. By the way, exoforums were mentioned a lot, and we didn't really get to see them outside of the little animation in the first episode, so I drew one. There's a 3D model that goes with this. Then we have the actual names for shit, and then like the common names that I say. So like we have Exotheria, and I call them animalogs. And then we have Xanthofolifera, and I call them floranalogs. I'm just realizing while saying this, I sound a lot less cis than when I normally do the voiceovers, and everyone's gonna have to sit through my queer-ass sounding voice because I refuse to do it the way that I have been. And now we're just gonna sound something like this, or maybe even worse. Ooh, Dennis says very epic. Thank you. Thank you. I just shook the whole ass table. By the way, this isn't like a table, this is my art desk. This is a folding art desk, and it's just permanently folded because I can't be fucking bothered to get a real desk. Wow, look at my neon green wall and my neon green chair. I'm just pointing shit out because I don't want to work, but like I need to make myself do it. Anyways, we come here, and pretty quickly I came to the conclusion that this is still really hard to read. And it's a bit unfortunate because you have to read it the other fucking way, and by the time that I realized that I would have to display this scrolling the other way, I realized like, well, I already made like half of it labeled. I'm not gonna relabel it. So it just is this way now. It just is this way. We have like all the old shit. I did these like little icons because Animal Crossing. I love how Animal Crossing has little icons in the new whatever the Switch one is. I kind of tried to replicate that, and I really like how it looks. It was a really good solution, I think, to making it consistent, because especially now in this newest episode, a lot of them are 3D models, and they aren't in the same like art style as the rest of the images. So a lot of people were like saying they would really prefer if everything was consistent. Like if they were all 3D models or if they were all paintings, and I decided to just do like little icons, and I think this really brings it together. Ooh, another person. Tables are feeble, says you who uses a tiny table as a nightstand. That is wonderful. I appreciate that. I don't have a nightstand. What could constitute a nightstand has my entire ass computer on it. That takes up like the entire counter, whatever. Golly. I don't know why it keeps, the camera keeps not like getting the color right. I don't know. It's starting to get a little frustrating. What the hell, bro? Why am I raised my hand for fucking permission to be exposed properly, and then I put my hand down and it says fuck you. Oh, I'm such a fucking dork. Okay. Again. Spoilers. The worm extinction, the worm thing, killed all these things. And I might do like an X. An X would probably look nice. To put like extinct. That'd probably be a good thing to do. Maybe even put like the picture of it, and then it's like grayed out, maybe. I don't know. This has been one of the bigger things that has been plaguing me with this project. Exoforaminifera. Holy shit. I don't know. Okay, I need to not scroll any further on this unless I'm actually gonna work on it, because I don't really want to show everybody everything. It's especially the relations of the different new shit. I think that's integral to like the enjoyment, but like, ooh, look at these branches. Look at these branches. What could it mean? These guys are doing something. These two are doing something. Oh, I'm so stupid. Eyes, eyed finworms, eyes with finworm eyes. What does this say? Conic crawlers. You see, this is what I mean. Like, it just gets infinitely harder to read. So I don't know. This is like as good as I can get it. This is as good as I can get it. Okay, we're gonna leave this. We're gonna actually start. Oh my gosh, I've been overexposed again. Hi, focus, yay. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go ahead and scroll down. We were already scrolled down. So, we are moving on to the next thing. We're not gonna like read this. Also, this section wasn't written very well. I probably need to fix it, but I'm not going to. Because right now we are moving on to the Royal Tyrant Octanguiped. The Octanguipeds. That's right, that's the best word I've come up with in this. The Octanguipeds. It probably should be pronounced Octanguipeds, but I'm gonna say Octanguipeds because I can do what I want. By the way, let's just look at what an anguiped is. That's right, I look at spiders. I look at spiders. You can't tell me not to look at spiders. So an anguiped is this thing. Yeah, here's a good picture. Snakes for lewd. Candy Egg showing us lewd art on stream. What? But no, it's got like snakes for legs, right? Snakes for legs. And oct because 8. There's 8 snake legs, and I think that's a good name. Flashbang. Oh my goodness, random. I think that says because I refuse to wear my glasses today. You've been waiting for a hot minute. Anky face. Thank you. I appreciate you coming up here. I appreciate you participating in our little shit show. Cultured. TM. I'm such a dumbass. I'm gonna be a lot throughout this stream, just in like preparation. Yeah. So stupid. Okay, Sedge. Royal Tyrant Octanguiped. So, this is a creature featuring the creature. How should I begin this? Because I talked about its direct ancestor earlier on. It's the common Octanguiped. And they're supposed to be like one of the most numerous things. And this is like a specialized version of that. It has eyes, so I think that's what I'm going to pursue. It's like a reef. It's like a reef version, so I'm gonna go has eyes reef version of common Octanguiped. I mean, that sounds good. That sounds good enough. Owie. I got electrolysis the other day. Oh, I should probably not be fucking wearing this, actually. You know what? I'm gonna suffer, and I'm just not gonna touch it until it starts hurting me, in which case I will be forced to take this off because I have electrolysis on my neck and it hurt a lot and I almost cried. Anyways, Zipporah, hello, darling. Random Pencil says pinus. Or, if you pronounce it correctly, the pine tree, pinus. Creature jump scare. Am I brainstorming creatures? No, 6'4 Crusader. Hi. I saw you in a random comment section at some point. I don't remember where it was, but it was fun to see her. Everything is done. All of the art is done. Someone is calling me on the phone. I am going to be gone for a minute. So guess what? I am going to do this. We're gonna move this. It's gonna be time to watch my own fucking video. Subscription. Some of this call is important. Oh no. Go to my own fucking video. What is wrong with my recommended? View my own ass channel. There. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch it. Okay. We're gonna fucking be watching this. So I'm gonna be back. I will be back in a moment. How do I turn it off? Hold on. Not the display. I want this. Okay. In the previous episode, we discussed the diversification of Lappis's first complex life and the development of new macrobiological ecosystems. Today, we'll cover the first mass extinction event since the runaway oxygenation of primal Lappis in episode 1. This collapse will not be by the hand of geological indifference, nor the whim of celestial fate. Yet again, this punishment will be wrought by the selfish hubris of life itself. Extinction by that of the imperious worm. The golden star shines above, as it always has. Its immense gravity churns its hellish innards, fusing helium and hydrogen into heavier elements, shedding a constant, blazing barrage of light in the process. At a great distance, this light rains heavenly onto Lappis's brilliant blue and white surface. Lappis is a large, rocky world. Its iron core, a signature product of star life, only slightly outscales the core of our Earth. What's up, gamers? Okay. There, let me bring that shit back. Why is it dark now? Why is it dark now? Anyways, now it's bright again. Everyone should be able to hear me. This is bit unfortunate timing. This is kind of important. So I can talk I can continue this right now, but we might have to go back into intermission in a little bit. So we're just gonna see what's gonna happen. Spoilers. Videoception. Oh my goodness. Probably gonna rewatch it anyway. Thank you. I love this video that I made. This one's gonna be way better. Like I cannot understate that. Also, that most recent video of the aliens, I don't get any monies from that, and that makes me very sad because it's like a free to use song, and then it just goes, this song's copyrighted though. I know you got it from the Creative Commons website, where if it becomes Creative Commons at any point, it's always Creative Commons, but YouTube just says no. So there's not going to be any music in this next video. Okay. Okay, I have caught up. They have not come back to me on that. So we're going to roll with this. I'm going to show everyone what this looks like. We're going to see a lot of images. We're going to see a lot of images, okay? And we're going to ignore them. We're going to ignore them because it's a lot of spoilers. 064 Crusader, no, I don't get any monies for that episode. I was a dumbass and I deleted all of I deleted all the shit as soon as it posted correctly. And then YouTube was like, you can't use that song though, and it's like in the background of the entire fucking thing, so I couldn't just mute parts of it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Anyways, ooh, this happened. Thought that was a person behind me. Are you fucking serious? That flag. I looked in the thing and I was like, holy shit, there's a fucking homunculus behind me. Anyways, my darlings, let's get it. We're gonna look at this, okay? Close your eyes if you don't want spoilers. Oh, don't look at that. Where's the fucking purple one? There it is. You. I must stare at you for inspiration. Okay. Oh, Falcarius is back. No way. Seeing all the repeat buddies, I really appreciate it. You don't like spoilers, but then thought that the part that makes I need to wear my glasses. The part that makes rewatch videos is your writing. Oh, thank you. That's really nice. Okay. We have the purple guy. Okay. So this is the purple. It's a royal tyrant, Octanguiped. And this is the thing that we're going to be writing about. Okay, so it's got like long leggies. It's got fucking eyes on it. So I need to talk about the eyes. And it's kind of like, it lives in the reefs. Reef / liminal parseful. Yes. Don't like the spoilers. Random Pencil says try animating. I do have some of the animation done. I can maybe show it. I want to get some of the writing done first. It's horrible. You love it. thank you. Why are the creatures you make look delicious? Oh, thank you for saying that. Actually, because some of these creatures that I 3D model, like I'm in the middle of 3D modeling it, as soon as I start coloring, I'm like, why the fuck it look tasty? I just swallowed my hair. Why the fuck it look tasty, though? Eat the black goo creature. Oh my god. They just look tasty. Something about, like, when you design the aliens to look, like, realistic enough to where it looks convincing as, like, a thing instead of, like, a monster creature, they look fucking tasty for some reason. It's just the way that it is. Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, I need to respond to this. Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. This is important typing, don't you worry, cherubs. We're gonna get right back to it in just a moment. Okay, we need to lock in. We need to lock in. Can't wait for the lands. 6-4 Crusader. Let me read it louder instead of just mumbling. Can't wait for land species because you don't like seafood. Ooh, I see. We're gonna have a fun time. That was almost fun looking with the eyebrows. The next episode is not going to have land things, but like the next episode is. Okay, random pencil. I'm gonna ask you to like stop this right now, or I will ban you. I will figure out how to do that, like I did with that one guy. Anybody remember the shrimp from Finding Nemo fetish guy? That was funny. I will never fucking forget that. Okay, has eyes, blee 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 blee. Lapis' most intelligent creature is only 3 inches tall. You know what? How do I phrase this? Because I want to like transition into this next one. So Lapis' most intelligent creature is only 3 inches tall. Lapis' most numerous creature. Yes. Lapis' most numerous. Numerous is a good word. I think so. Okay. Lapis' most numerous creature, on the other hand, has been diversifying. Octanguiped. Common Octanguiped is an adaptable. Didn't think we'd be watching Candy Eggs write an essay, did we? The common Octanguiped is an adaptable, resilient force. Okay. It is that adaptability which grants it is within that adaptability. It is within that adaptability which grants this lineage plasticity, morphological plasticity. I don't know, I kind of wanted to use the word plasticity. Let's confirm Plasticity. Confirm that we understand. Quality of being easily shaped or molded. Okay, okay. It is within that adaptability which grants this lineage. Plasticity. I'm confused. Hold on. Random pencil. Okay, how do I mute? Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Okay, I kind of wanted to use the word plasticity, but that's not really what I want. Hold on, we might be going. We might be having an issue. We might be having an issue with the stream. Confusion. I'm just gonna work on this until like the last moment I can. Okay, that sounds like the plan. That sounds like the plan. Lapis' most numerous creature, on the other hand, has been diversifying. Oh man, random pencil, I was supposed to mute you. Become muted. How do I... Oh man, there was a way. Okay, now we're gonna go on this little adventure. How to mute someone in... Wait, I can do it over here, wait. Hide user on this channel. Report... timeout. 30 minutes. There. Okay. Anyways, I wanted to use the word plasticity, but I don't think I'm going to. Lapis' most numerous creature, on the other hand, has been diversifying. The common Octanguiped is an adaptable, resilient force. It's carcinogenic. Is that the word I want? The crab? Carcinogenic. That means cancerous, doesn't it? Word for crab-shaped. Cancrene. Oh my god. Concrevantus. Carcinization. Carcinization. Carcinized. Is carcinized a word? Carcinized. Seems like it. Carcinized. It's carcinized form is perhaps more difficult than I anticipated to write in front of people. It's adaptable, resilient force. It's carcinized. Carcinized. What? Did I spell it wrong? Carcinized. Yes, its carcinized form is somewhat inevitable. Is jokingly... No. How do I say this in like a tongue-in-cheek manner? But like crabs are... The joke is the crab is inevitable. Its carcinized form is a perfectly generic one. It's perfectly generalized. Is, yes, perfectly generalized. I fret. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. Carcinization mentioned. Carcinization mentions. Yawn. Okay. We're getting somewhere. Laps's most numerous creature, on the other hand, has been diversifying. The common Octanguiped is an adaptable, resilient force. Its carcinized form is perfectly generalized. The Octanguiped build is ripe for iteration and is now a good time for plasticity. Is ripe for iteration and specialization. I don't know. Sit better, candy eggs. Use proper posture. Whoa. Okay, now we have proper posture. Holy shit. The Octanguiped build is ripe for iteration and word for asking for. And vying, is vying the word? Vying meaning vying. Fuck you, AI. I don't want the AI answer. What? Compete eagerly. Yeah, that is what I want. And vying for radiation adaptation. That's a better word than adaptation. Vying for I don't know. Word for what the fuck is that? That scared me. This shit just popped up. Oh shit, the big beautiful bill. I'm so fucking excited for the world to be ruined. Okay, word for adaptation. I want like a different word for adaptation. Adjustment, modification, alteration, conversion. Oh look, people. We got things on laps evolving into crabs before GTA 6. Don't worry, there will be so many more fucking crab shit. Cottage Bat says hi. Hi. Welcome. Absolutely use good posture. You permanently damage your jaw due to bad posture. Oh shit. Is that why I hurt my jaw? Like, I actually... I mean, it's probably because of electrolysis and I, like, sit there tensed for so long. Maybe it's because I just keep sucking gawk. That is really unfortunate. I'm gonna have to... Now I really gotta pay attention to that. Okay. Is right for iteration and vying for adaptation. I want an Asian word. Iteration. Determination. Now I'm dark again. Now I live in the dark. Transformation. Alteration. Adjustments. Specification. I mean, literally, that is what I'm talking about. Speciation. Speciation and iteration are kind of like the same thing. Oh, hello, Stinky Small. Do you need my attention? Dark mode candy eggs unlocked. Let me make sure that looks. Okay. You want to? You want to know? Okay. I might be needing to go into intermission again. Are we all fine with going into intermission for a little bit? Let me stream info. Let's put this. Can I edit this? Can I edit this? Did I really just put a picture of the words instead of being able to edit it? Wait, what if I click properties? Oh, it's right here. We will return, or you know what? Will return shortly. Okay. Enjoy this. We'll return shortly. Burb. There we go. That's good. Okay, color. Be fucking black. Be black. No. Oh, bright ass red. Will return shortly. Okay, so stream info. I'm gonna put this underneath here. Where the fuck did it go? Group. Oh, I put it in the group. Okay, so I am going to be back in a moment, friends. In a moment, maybe in a long moment. I don't know. We're going back. Okay. Bring back the video. We're watching the video again. Alright, let's hey, look at the recommended shit. Oh man, I need to watch that. Anyways. We're gonna fucking bring this back.
Surface gravity modestly approaching twice that of Earth's. Roughly 5 billion years ago, convection currents in Lapis's mantle had nearly frozen alongside its surface. A common process which would have silently condemned the emergence of life, preserving the celestial body in that state for uncountable indifferent eons as the golden star chugged onward, trailing its finished artwork behind. But this was not to be the case for Lapis. A dark, densely metallic object was slowly ejected from its tight orbit around the golden star. After drifting helplessly outward, it was, after much effort, captured by Lapis and humbled into a satellite. The Iron Moon's pull has since reinvigorated Lapis's mantle and fluxed its surface ice into an encumbering but life-sustaining ocean. While Lapis's core gives it about the same magnetic vigor as Earth, its moon can no longer assist. Without an active body, its magnetosphere has gone dead. One life in exchange for another. The Iron Moon's dark surface makes it much less noticeable from the surface than our moon from Earth. A faded blemish in daylight and an obstruction of the heavens at night. The corpse of a world hung in foreboding remembrance.
Una nueva generación domina el escenario. Sin filtro, sin miedo, con todo. 2X celebra a los artistas que están marcando el paso en la música con...
Ni perdón, ni permiso. Se vienen sorpresas. ¡Vámonos!
Lapis has nearly no axial tilt, with the only discernible measure of time outside of day and night being interpretable from the Iron Moon's elliptical proximity, and with it the pulsing vitality of the planet's tides. Intense gravity clings an impressive atmosphere to Lapis's surface, shielding its innumerable children from radiation and material intervention. For 4 billion years, Lapis, for a life-bearing world, was almost disappointing. Locked in a low-energy, anaerobic state of life, little had changed in that time, other than the slow expansion of the golden star. This all changed a little over 1 billion years ago, when a group of photosynthetic, oxygen-producing, calcareous cells evolved. The exophorans tipped life upside down by releasing never-before-seen levels of poison into their stagnant world, oxygen. While most life collapsed, new cells came to abuse oxygen as a potent source of energy. Before long, Lapis was reborn. With bare cliffs of stone now replaced by the endless, glimmering white skeletons of exophorans, and waters stained with hues of yellow, purple, and green, millions of years of microorganisms have built up endless groves of star-fed pasture, placidly shared amongst the blind sprawlings of its multicellular inhabitants, until they grow to impugn their hapless kindergarten, that is. Lapis's poles, despite their constant starving of light, have been eroding away from the encroaching girth of its star. Its glacial adornments have been softening into its oceans for long enough to submerge the majority of its dry land, leaving only a modest, yet expansive, spinning berg on each pole. This warming has extended habitable zones far enough north and south for complex life to slug beneath the day-long pinkish skies signature to the planet's obliquely lit poles. While Earth, at this level of life's complexity, possessed oceans nearly entirely out of fresh water, Lapis's 5 billion years spent without roots to hold its land together has taken quite a toll. Deeply gouged canyons give way to barren, sandy beaches. The washed-up bodies of helpless alien life bake and desiccate in the unrelenting sunlight. So many minerals have washed into the planet's seas, both from land and from the ancient dust once sealed within hundreds of feet of ice, that Lapis's oceans are as salty as Earth's are today. All complex life on Lapis is specialized to exist in salt water. Entering freshwater would cause an organism to, in an attempt to balance salt levels, bloat their cells with water and die. This is not an impenetrable barrier. In fact, Lapis's rivers and streams do sustain sparse microbial life. However, complex life will have to work much harder to migrate inland than our ancestors on Earth did, and do. That, of course, is a problem for much later, as life on Lapis has just created a worm. Isomeria is a group defined by their ancestral plant-like zigzagging or glide reflection of growth. However, within the headed isomerians, Capitomorpha, the invert isomerians possess both a nerve net and deep creases within a slimy, muscular foot. To prevent the organisms from uncontrollably preferring either right or left, the head and its structures are expressed with bilateral symmetry. The bladders that make up much of their bodies do little more than help pass nutrients around, while the foot creases act as centers of digestion. Passed down by the movement of cilia, particles of food are brought into the creases, where they cannot easily leak out, while individual cells break down and absorb them. While many of the enormous invert isomerians have already gone extinct due to their fragility in an increasingly obstacle-ridden environment, thanks in no small part to calcareomorph macaronophyte reefs, thousands of smaller species are still crawling about in amoeboid fashion. At a small enough scale, the bladders characteristic of the isomerians may no longer be necessary to distribute nutrients, thus leaving the organism free to exist as little more than a structurally organized sheet.
Where some saw a pickle, We saw a masterpiece. A sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and dilly ranch.
It's important to clarify that evolution doesn't progress as much as it aimlessly branches out where it's rewarded, like mycelium through soil. The misconception that successful animals get larger as they evolve is especially misleading, and also very silly. It's historically led to ignorance and misrepresentation over the emergence of Earth's birds, as well as the now rather innocuous relations between the Cambrian lobopods and extant onychophorans and tardigrades. Very closely related organisms can often differ greatly in size, with size not being particularly indicative of complexity. Single cells like stentor are larger than most fairy flies. For the sake of simplicity, we won't be discussing much in the manner of microscopic life. What's most pertinent is the understanding that this dominating lineage of lapis life emerged not from the visually impressive giant inverteisomerians, but from a nearly microscopic predator of bacteria, dwarfed by filter-feeding single cells. Even with a fruitful fossil record, hypothetical future alien paleontologists would never be able to accurately piece together the exact ancestry of the furrow worm, a now 3-foot-long leviathan representing a clade of mostly minuscule motylomorphs. Furrow worms, more formally sulcus vermes, have foregone the complicated array of folds under the body in preference for a single digestive cleft to match a long, serpentine body. By organizing their oral folds into a singular furrow with thin internal passages for spreading nutrients through the body, furrow worms have formed themselves into tubes. Sort of. In cross-section, they resemble pinched horseshoes, with an open body cavity extending from what constitutes a head to what similarly constitutes a tail. This structure has allowed the organism to form repeated and symmetrical muscle bands along the body. What once destroyed fertile sea floor has since become an ecosystem of its own. Calcareomorph reefs are largely inhabited by gelatopulmes, filter-feeding organisms which only use the reefs as perches. The rough, jagged tangles of stony bone gather a significant amount of detritus in their choking depths. The knotted labyrinth breaks off the flow of water through its stands, letting only tiny captomorphs and specialized giant linguisomers partake in the reef's yield, until the emergence of the giant sulcus vermes. The leviathan furrow worm has evolved to climb through calcareomorph tangles. Originally drawn to find cover from turbulent waters brought by storms, furrow worms now thrive in these stony mazes. While no longer as pliable and amoebic as other inverteisomerians, their muscle bands allow them to contract and extend forward like leeches. The upturned oral surface at their fronts not only serves to smell the environment ahead, but to grab and hold on to whatever it reaches toward. Furrow worms have suddenly become the fastest organisms on the planet, but only when climbing through thickets of stone xanthophylls. In the open, they struggle to grip the slimy substrate, appearing visibly uneasy, lengthening and contracting rapidly, swinging in all directions in hope of a foothold. Organisms so reliant on instinct don't fare well outside of their intended environment. Navigating the reef, eating detritus, and trapping the occasional small isomerian in their body cleft for digestion does them remarkably well nonetheless. The furrow worms, while sexually capable, like all motylomorphs, must remain simple enough to reproduce through fission. The organism's tail can sever itself and form a new front while retaining the mother's memories, one of Isomeria's most valuable traits, a trait which will soon inadvertently cause a mass extinction event. While the exotheres have thrived on the sea floor in the scum age, the xanthophores have not seen comparable diversification. Where exotheres are cradled by the microbial mats, xanthophores subsist in spite of them. The calcareomorphs may dominate very specific depths, but they cannot exist in water too close or too far from the surface. Their ability to constantly construct and climb a tower of stone prevents them from being swallowed by sand or by encroaching microbial mats. No other xanthophores can grow in said conditions, and so must rely on clean, rocky footholds, a rarity in the scum age. Larger grained sand prevents the spread of microbial mats, as the grains shift and slide with and into the surf, unable to be bogged down by layering scum. Unfortunately, a xanthophore without a rock will eventually be buried as well. Salatiophytes circumvent this by floating very close to the surface, but this strategy is stifling, especially when nearly all xanthophores can only reproduce by duplicating themselves. Nearly all xanthophores being a recent footnote. Lanolomorpha has only recently emerged, the first group of xanthophores to evolve sexual reproduction. Like motylomorphs, this really just means that they shed as many gametes as they can into the water. Since all sexually reproductive organisms on Lapis do this, different species will be triggered to release gametes only after their very specific parameters have been met to avoid oversaturation. The sheer quantity and constant surplus of unsuccessful gametes makes for a significant portion of Lapis's cycle of nutrients. Participation in sexual reproduction now makes Lanolomorphs the most adaptable clade of xanthophores in existence. They go about it in a different way than motylomorphs do. Where motylomorphs rely on a compatible egg and sperm colliding, lanolomorphs provide a rather large structure supporting an egg, which passes captured sperm to it. This is called a gametophyte, and it looks indistinguishable from the flaky growths of basal lanolomorphs. The gametophyte itself is haploid, possessing half of the DNA of the actual diploid organism, the sporophyte, like this paniform. The sporophyte releases spores which grow into gametophytes, who in turn release sperm. Once the gametophyte's egg is fertilized, a newly diploid sporophyte emerges from and either fuses with or cannibalizes the gametophyte for its successful foothold. This strategy ensures that every fused embryo emerges onto a habitable perch, drastically reducing the amount of doomed embryos. The relationship between the gametophyte and the sporophyte could be considered part of a life cycle, an external womb, or even one of the organism's sexes. No matter which way it's categorized, it is a very successful reproductive strategy. The gametophyte is able to persist for multiple years due to being an independent photosynthetic body, increasing the likelihood of its egg being fertilized every time the species' spawning conditions are met. Although the sporophyte can only reproduce directly through propagation, it frees the organism from many biological constraints. In this instance, the ability to produce thin, layering leaf-like structures. The oldest leaves are pushed outward as new leaves are formed in the center, or apex. Although they resemble broad-leafed earth plants, paniforms don't differentiate the top and bottom surfaces of each leaf to specialize for photosynthesis and respiration, respectively. Paniforms also lack anything resembling roots, apart from a holdfast. Nutrients are absorbed directly through the organism's cloth-like surface, whisked up by the nourishing flow of the sea. While not typically addressed to much notice, photosynthetic organisms also release waste. The forgiving aquarium world of Lapis does not demand the complexities of stomata as Earth does its land plants. Oxygen, a waste product of photosynthesis, subtly exudes from the skin of our alien flora. Carbon dioxide is also cast out as refuse, though less wastefully than in motilomorphs. It bears repeating that the intensity of Lapis's gravity is all-encumbering. Underwater, this most clearly manifests in stricter depth and pressure ranges than those seen on Earth. The hydrostatic pressure from swimming to the bottom of a 10-foot swimming pool is notable, but not particularly hazardous. 5 feet under the surface waters of our alien world would feel just as crushing. Diving 10 feet here would risk decompression sickness. While small organisms circumvent this by pressurizing themselves and never intentionally leaving their preferred depths, the newly emerging large-bodied xanthophores have encountered a problem. Light can only travel so far through water. The basking shallows offer heavy competition with a humble diversity of lanolomorphs and suffocating patches of calcareomorphs and microbial mats.
At Simply, we work hard to keep things.
Deeper waters bring the promise of refuge, but for a price. To compensate for the dimness of the seafloor, where deep specialist sporophytes and their gametophytes must start their lives, the accessory pigments in their bodies may trend heavily toward brown. This is because blue wavelengths of light pierce deepest into the sea, absorbed best by orange, and therefore brown. This follows a general trend, wherein the browns of deeper water xanthophores gradate from a brassy color to the iconic pallid gold that names the clade. As with most aspects of biology, this is not a rule. The low pigmentation of lime species is especially dynamic, with shallow forms dominating the red spectrum, and deeper forms not wasting any light otherwise discarded by accessory pigments. Of course, this gradation of hue is not a new invention within Xanthophilifera. The real price of the deep is pressure. Taller growth is encouraged to reach brighter light, but the difference in pressure between new and old growth can be enough to impede the flow of nutrients. In order to grow tall, xanthophores like this, the star-edged Stelancipitiforms, must adapt. This group, sired from the gametophytes of the paniforms, are vascular. No longer sporting paper-thin leaves, Stelancipitiforms have evolved phloem tissue. This pressurized tissue forces sugars produced in the prolific newer growth downward against the will of the water. Phloem allows these vascular xanthophores to grow immense. This species of Stelancipitiform alone can grow over 20 feet tall by casting its leaves, which generate from shafts on the holdfast, to the heavens. This early into the worm age, they are Lapis's largest creatures. With complexity comes a different kind of fragility. Severing areas of the body with phloem tissues would leak valuable sugars until the wound could grow to clasp itself shut. The outer surface is now much more rubbery than in their ancestors to compensate. Their thickened skin also helps them to resist torsion that would easily cleave their basal cousins. The sawtooth edges characteristic of the Stelancipitiforms act as braces. They lock each tapering chain to its neighbors, together helping to remain vertical so as to not waste their height bent over the seafloor. In the previous episode, we discussed the emergence of the turbogelates. While the giant immobile forms have been declining due to competition with the much more vigorous gelatopolmes, the turbogelates as a whole are going strong. They evolved from microscopic plankton and will remain a staple of Lapis's zooplankton ad infinitum. A near infinite diversity of these spiral-mouthed creatures will filter bacteria and small cells long after their titanic relatives disappear. Without any specialized muscle tissue, planktonic turbogelates are locked into the shape their genes build them into. The cells making up the skin of their solid bodies can choose to excrete slime, grip like Velcro, or even cast out anchors, depending on the species, to roost. A mycelium-like fuzz coating rocks is not a strange sight. They're just the brooding masses of tiny filter feeders locking down in response to irregular pressure changes. The sea collecting together its jelly plankton is prophetic of an incoming storm. The Octoradiatherians are best represented by the wide diversity within Maranutia, the sea nuts, but basal benthic forms still exist. The Mare Superia, or sea crawlers, have been on a steady decline thanks to the success of the capitomorphs. However, it is this humble group which will spawn the first herbivores as we know them. This is a member of Calima Superia, a cover crawler. A calcium carbonate shell shields its back, while 8 snail-like feet muscularly slide it in whichever direction it wishes. Mucus secreted by its feet allows it to, again, like snails, selectively slip over or stick to surfaces. Consequently, this also makes it very poor at traveling over sand. Silt, mud, scum, and stone are a raceway in comparison. The radial nature of cover crawlers actually makes them better at utilizing their mode of locomotion than Earth's snails. There's no need to waste energy turning around when you essentially have 8 faces. However,
in business relationships, I look for 2 things: saving time and accuracy. If you don't have both, I'm out.
the shell is not for defense against predators. It's to defend against the impartial cruelness of the churning sea. But let us first gain context for the anatomy of the cover crawler. A cleft between each foot reaches an apex where it rests in a notch in the rim of the shell. The flesh looping this feature is very sensitive to smell, with the hole it surrounds sucking in water for both finer chemical analysis and respiration. Water and waste is then jettisoned out from the pore on the creature's back, casting it far from the body. Pigmentation in its skin prevents sunlight from burning it, even in well-lit water. But what makes cover crawlers exceptional lies inside and underneath their bodies. The oxygen demand to upkeep 8 undulating muscular feet and a pumping respiratory system is substantial. Cover crawlers are the first of Lapis' life to evolve oxygen carriers in their blood. Hemerythrin is about 1/4 as efficient as our hemoglobin blood, but it's still leagues above the oxygen intake of anything else on the planet. Very unlike our blood, hemerythrin is also less than 1/4 as attracted to carbon monoxide, making them comparably very resistant to carbon monoxide poisoning. Their blood is different in hue as well. It's normally clear but violet pink when oxygenated. Like hemoglobin, however, it is small enough to be held within special transport cells rafting within the sprawling veins of nutrient transport in the body. This all sounds very derived, but one more secret lies within the Calima Superia, or rather, beneath, as these are also the first creatures on Lapis to evolve jaws. 16 of them. To partition their niches from those of capitomorphs, Calima Superians have been trending away from absorbing food directly off of the surface of microbial mats. Instead, they have begun rasping away at the surfaces of lanolomorph xanthophores. Underneath each foot cleft lies a radula covered in spines to scratch off food particles. Each radula tucks into a mouth which individually leads to a central stomach. Around each radula are the edges of 2 different feet. On these edges lie teeth made from an alloy of chitin and the staple calcium carbonate. cover crawlers can stick to the bodies of lanolomorphs and chew off pieces of flesh to be processed by their radulae. Their external shells serve only to root mussels and to protect them from being battered into rocks, while the leaves they cling to are pummeled by waves. Sprawls of lanolomorph gametophytes are grazed on by these lumbering beasts. Even the most spiraling canopies aren't safe from their 16 jaws. The rubbery hides of these alien flora are an otherwise untapped resource. Every adaptation the cover crawlers have is in service of this niche. Adaptations that will serve them well in the upcoming apocalypse. While the sea nuts are among the most diverse lineages yet emerged, they are very visually similar. Specializing for very specific depths, temperatures, and particle size has been kind to them. Enough time has passed since their emergence that three main groups have settled. The basal sea nuts, which look more or less the same as our example species, remain the most diverse, albeit the least visually divergent. The other two groups, instead of specializing for a specific depth, have adapted to shift between the surface and the deep with the rise and fall of the sun. The lemon nuts, Mare Lemonia, have quite an eye-catching hue in the cerulean daytime surface waters. Ancestrally feeding on phytoplankton, this group has truced with a species of alien algae, rearing them within a subsurface layer of skin. These tiny organisms, who themselves have photosynthetic bacteria living inside of them, now in turn live inside of the subdermal cells of lemon nuts. The translucent skin of the sea nut lets more than enough light through to their algae when resting near the surface. The algae inject sugars into the lemon nut in return for safety and the guarantee of sufficient lighting, as the host can both fight the current and make its way to the surface every morning. At night, when they no longer feel the slight burn of the sun, they make their way down into the twilight zone, navigating with the pressure of the water above them. While they don't have a centralized brain, they're born understanding the rhythm of the planet's rotation and cycle up and down along with an unseen sun. While they still filter feed during the day to support the energy costs of swimming, their algal allyship lets them thrive in the poorly productive open waters of their world. If one were to be lost adrift in Lapis's expansive seas, flecks of gold would be seen glimmering in the endless blue, like far-off stars in a daylit sky. Conversely, there are also sea nuts who perform the opposite strategy, erupting to the surface in the dead of night and recoiling to the depths at day. This is Avathis Nusian.
We're going to let people try the new Boost Bubble Network. Risk-free, with
fairly large sea nuts, with the featured species measuring nearly a foot from the tip of the central pressure tentacle to the bottom of the combed crown. The relative enormity of this species is due to its large particle feeding size, lemon nut size, up to an inch. As the deep sea nut ascends from the gloom, its muscular tentacles capture sizable prey. In the case of this monster, mainly lemon nuts who are diving for the night. Sticky slime ensnares planktonic and nectonic prey alike, passing it down to the singular opening in the bottom of the crown. Closing the opening ensures the prey can move only into its stomach, deep within the muscular bell. The comb of paddles, formed from fused cilia, as in all sea nuts, propel the organism through the water, but few sea nuts can plow themselves through water as strongly as these large particle feeders. Although its red coloration is typical of deep-sea creatures on Earth, its scarlet tinge isn't for camouflage. There is yet to be a more frightening beast in the open sea, and no creature has yet to discern an image from radiation. In a world of the blind, a cast net will eventually reap rewards. The red pigmentation in this organism is actually an alarm system, which ensures that it dives away from the sun. As they do not reorient themselves, the bell is perpetually held above the crown. If the bell heats up by absorbing strong green and blue light near the surface, and the pressure tentacle confirms a shallow depth, it will know to dive and seek shelter. In a way, the entire surface of the organism acts as an eye. The progress of evolution can be almost sardonically indecisive. While the representative species of furrowworm is an absolute titan, most are small. Some have returned to being very small. One group in particular has gotten small enough that a single long furrow representative of the clade is no longer practical. The structure has been fully internalized, making the creature little more than a muscular tube with a mouth at one end and an anus at the other. With this, the coelom exoverms have emerged, with the mud threads, Lutophilemia, being among the most basal. Lapis has now produced a worm almost indistinguishable from Earth's nematodes. It might seem that the winners of Lapis's biosphere are the extremely derived cover crawlers, or perhaps the debatably apex predators that are the deep sea nuts. However, if the winners are the numerous, the diverse, and the least at risk of extinction, the winners of Lapis are surely the mud threads. A wholly internal gut allows these Lutophilemians to grab a mouthful and continue performing other behaviors, unlike the overwhelming majority of Lapis's creatures, which must rest atop their meals for hours at a time. Being able to search for food while simultaneously digesting is a luxury that only the sea nuts had previously enjoyed. Similarly, by flailing wildly, mud threads are able to take underwater flight and enter the water column. Sea nuts are no longer the sole denizens of the open water. Although mud threads cannot swim for long, their low trophic niche of feasting on plankton, microbial mats, and the corpses of the dead lets them dominate sunlit waters. While most rest atop and within the substrate, in active waters there is a constant writhing cloud of mud threads swarming the other creatures of Lapis. If they could see, their vision would be constantly impeded by the infestation. This biosphere did not evolve with mud threads in mind, and it will come to buckle under their prolificness. The death of the scum age to the worm age came not with the first worm, but with the first worm capable of disturbing the substrate. The base of the food web has, for billions of years, been the microbial mats. Denizens of the blue world have mowed the topmost layers of the endless fields for eons. The mud threads refuse to stay atop the microbial mats. They will, thanks to their shape, plunge their heads in and burrow, violently sundering the frailly separated layers of the microbial mat. The structures of the mats rely on the differing metabolisms making up each layer remaining separated, and oxygenating the lower layers disrupts the entire formation. Within only a few million years, the mud threads alone assassinate the ecological structure of the entire world. Stepping foot off of Lapis's spanning beaches and into the water would muddle hundreds of the tiny writhing creatures, glittering white in the sun with every trudging step. The world is unbalanced. The world is rotting itself away. The ecological destruction seen here is difficult to imagine. The pace of devastation felt is comparable to that of all non-grass plants on Earth, from the mightiest tree to the humblest hornwort, being eradicated by insects in only a few 100,000 years. As if bent on destruction, with the shrinking of the microbial mat biomes, mud threads are themselves running out of their most abundant food source. Some mud threads may benefit considerably from feeding on living hosts as well as the dead. By ejecting their thorny throats, barbworms, spicule vermes, can latch onto the soft, gelatinous bodies of nearly every creature on the planet, sucking out innards or tearing out a gullet full of flesh. Few large metallomorphs can defend against this seething parasitic assault. Cover crawlers can purse their holes and hunker down under their shells, or even seek refuge high in the ribboning leaves of deepwater lanolomorphs. Sea nuts can avoid the seafloor entirely, but creatures unable to escape the substrate are plagued with an insurmountable blight of worms. The most basal organisms are hit the hardest.
No, it's not the deli. It's Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile created
The sudden and drastic reduction of the most active and ubiquitous biome on the planet removes their context. Outside of their context, the most instinct-driven creatures suffer helplessly against threats they didn't have millions of years to react to. The cover crawlers are now the last of the benthic octoradiatherians, only flourishing in the most bountiful groves of microbes due to their niches heavily overlapping with those of the speedier capitomorphs. The old sea crawlers were among the first to be expunged by the age of the worms. They went extinct almost immediately after the mud threads evolved. Hypothetical alien paleontologists would be able to extrapolate this correlation and mark the transition between the scum and worm ages as distinct spans of time. Lapis looks on to an uncertain future as its children flounder in voiceless agony. The old sea crawlers are far from the last victims of the vermin plague. The basalmost dilatarians have gone extinct directly after the emergence of the spicule vermes. Every last species of stem metallomorph, the spirocarns, basal isomerians, and unabdominian puromorphs leave Lapis with precious few clear fossils to document them. The multi-abdominal puromorphs persist, however, mostly in the frigid, abyssal seafloors. These largest of the isomerians chug onward in the inhospitable pressure, reaping the raining particulate rewards of the unnoticed decimation from far above. Active exoverms can't support themselves in such low-energy conditions. Other than the exoverms themselves, all macroscopic invertisomerians have suffered too greatly to continue on. Their sister group within Capitomorpha, the linguisomerians, just barely managed to hang on with a single relic species. The last of Lapis's motile creatures sporting glide reflection are few and far between. The devastation seen in this clade is comparable to every single species of bird going extinct other than the masked finfoot, a seemingly random representative, barely a shadow of the magnificence of their group's history. This species will come to raise 2 new clades from the ashes of the Scum Age in time. As a footnote, the Uatagelates have already gone extinct even before the Worm Age, thus marking a somewhat unnotable farewell. The Gelatoguppies have also fallen to the age of the worms. Unlike the Gelatopons, close relatives under the Quadradiatherian umbrella, they can't eat exoverms. The ravaging thorns of the spicule verms ensured a swift end. Other than them, the Quadradiatherians have been doing surprisingly well. Multi-gelatopons have emerged, echoing the multi-abdomina, forming a colony by duplicating their bodies along a central fleshy trunk. These organisms help ensure that damage to a single lung won't cause the death of the individual's genes. Nutrients delivered from the other bodies allows damaged lungs time to heal. Unlike basal gelatopons, these new multi-bodied forms share a single anus at the bottom of the trunk. All water passing through the colony exits from that pore, reducing the amount of exhaled water inhaled by other colony members. Exoverms could be seen gathering and waiting around this opening in hopes of catching excrementary particles, often being blown away in the process. Surface water gelatoplums can afford to pump vigorously, a pace almost uncannily similar to that of human lungs. Deep-water species still inhale quite quickly, but very gradually squeeze water through their gills and out of their trunks. While this group isn't particularly visually diverse, their filtering gills are the key to organizing them taxonomically. Tiny teeth can be found here, often pectine in nature. Those specialized for swallowing exoverms have teeth resembling barbed wire. Those gathering plankton are often branched. Fossils of these teeth are sure to puzzle any paleontologist until articulated gills are uncovered. Despite these small divergences, all quadradiatherians still must cling to a hard surface. The ever-expanding calcareomorphs ensure there's no shortage regardless.
You've earned this, so hold it up high.
While the diversity of calcareomorphs is expansive, I can't spend too much time drawing fairly amorphous yellow shapes to represent different sizes, growth patterns, and space utility. However, I must clarify that not all stone xanthophylls take a branching form. Here we see an example of a shelf-form calcareomorph. These forms are much sturdier than the endlessly branching tangles of their ancestors, but they still grow mostly randomly. Building thin calcium sheets out from an edge or center point has done these encrusting reefs well. Their interlacing platforms are now home to a wide variety of life. The swarms of exoverms have finally begun to wind down with the worldwide waning of microbial mats, allowing for the capacious incursion of flaxen xanthophylliferae meadows. The seafloor is no longer a flat cityscape riddled with the slow-motion bustling of crawling entities on a sweeping sunlit stage. It's now a grayish-brown garden of newly sprouted waving gold. Intermittent between the foliage is the occasional slug-like creature, and up close, the bustling activity of worms. The new world is one of silt and sand, a much more barren world. Or perhaps just a more energetically concentrated and active one. The domineering presence of the exoverms cannot be undersold. They directly caused the first mass extinction of macrobiological life on Lapis. Although the majority of genetic lines still exist, it's important to grasp that each clade contains dozens, if not hundreds of thousands of species, or more. The line on Lapis's cladogram continues to be drawn as long as a single species remains. Nevertheless, the microbial mat biome has been nearly entirely phased out for a new garden-type expression of life. A new set of substrates dominate, those of mud, silt, and sand. While Lapis does possess beaches of gravel, stone, and mud, the timeless continuation of the exoforams ensures that most substrates are at least partially sandy. The mouths of waterways billow silt, earth, and minerals from higher ground. It's here where the most active of Lapis's new kinds of ecosystems lie. Rich, erosion-fed soil streaks far into the sea, supporting a dense jungle of soft-bodied xanthophylliferae. Exoverms burrow, crawl, and swim haphazardly in this new dawn. One group, the Crispicovermes, or wigglers if you're feeling cheeky, have finally achieved balance with what remains of the microbial mats, albeit a bit late. Instead of actively disturbing the layers of substrate, they remain inside of a well-maintained, slime-braced burrow, as seen here. In favorable conditions, these exoverms will gather themselves shallowly in their burrows and writhe their top halves to gather particles of food. Their flailing actually forms a water vortex which sucks in food. The slime secreted from their skin also grabs the detritus they're searching for. Once dusty, they retract back down, leaving no trace at the surface other than a dimple at the burrow's entrance. This group has proved very successful, with ancestral populations slowly migrating to mud and silt as well. While sand and gravel aren't particularly friendly to their burrows, they will adapt for those substrates as well, given time. One population of Crispica vermes also holds something special within their flesh. This is the second lineage on Lapis to evolve blood, in this case, chlorocruorin. An iron-based substance, much like our own blood, this oxygen carrier is occasionally called giant hemoglobin. Giant in that it is too large to be carried by dedicated cells, as seen in our red blood cells. Instead, the structures are free-floating within the blood. Chlorocruorin dyes the blood green, but actually appears pinkish in high concentration. While it is a worse oxygen carrier than our hemoglobin blood, it's comparably efficient to the hemerythrin of the cover crawlers. Although, instead of resisting carbon monoxide poisoning, chlorocruorin is even more attracted to it than our blood is. While the green-blooded line of Crispica vermes reap the rewards of endurance in poorly oxygenated waters, their descendants will come to define the new era of life on Lapis. Beneath the undulating leaves of lanolomorphs lie the wiggling faces of hungry, slimy worms. A garden unto their own.
Brought to you by Rogue.
While not nearly as suffocating in population as seen in the beginning of the Worm Age, exoverms are still an ever-present part of the water column. The most neutrally buoyant of Lapis's organisms are the sea nuts. At least one group of these Octoradiatherians is sure to take notice of this bountiful resource. From one of the many clades of basal sea nuts emerges the tendrilled sea nuts, with a torpedo nut, Torpedonutia, seen here representing the group. While the crowns of sea nuts are rigid and sometimes calcified, their bells are muscular and flexible. Many shallow water species like this will occasionally rest with their bells on the sea floor. In that sense, the elongate bell is nothing particularly unusual. What is, however, are the 8 tendrils trailing behind. Each strand is flexible but more wiry than wriggly. They're actually projections around the lip of the stomach, which originally emerged to help swallow large food particles. The torpedo nuts are now specialized for trawling up worms. By trailing their tendrils directly above the substrate, they can snag dozens of exoverms per swoop. Their fishing lines are so sticky that getting them bogged up with mud is a valid inconvenience, having to husk off the slime layer and create a new one from scratch. Once captured, food is slowly passed up along the tendril and into the stomach. Soft prey is often fairly twisted and battered at this point, and makes for an easy meal. This trawling method of sea nut hunting extends into deeper waters as well. Without risk of gunking up their lines with mud, open water zeppelinuts can afford to have an extensive array of tendrils lingering behind. Zeppelinuts still possess 8 of these organs, but they branch off to form multiple tips. The frayed, splitting tendrils of the zeppelinut trail behind the crown, slowly seesawing along with the suggestion of the windswept surface waves. Almost the entire organism is crown, with numerous rows and columns of fused cilia driving the bell forward like a submersed galley. The zeppelinut is the new largest motilomorph, finally dethroning the multi-abdomina. Including their tendrils, some zeppelinut can reach well over 40 feet in length, gathering lemonites and zooplankton like a sieve. Of course, that size is very misleading. Ignoring the tendrils, the largest zeppelinuts are only about 15 feet from crown to bell, and, as in all sea nuts, the crown is almost entirely hollow. The mighty zeppelinut is not to be belittled, however. While it cannot take on prey anywhere near its size, it is a Herculean predator in the open seas and the face of death even to other sea nuts. The tendrilled sea nuts are pioneers in the worm age, among precious few groups which emerged during the scum age to truly proliferate in this new era. From tendrils are born muscular tentacles, able to manually ensnare prey in winding coils. This is a sand nut, Arenanisia, so called because of their exoskeletons. The bells and crowns of this group are fused into a solid, biomineralized, siliceous shell. Most are small, but still nectonic, themselves feeding on plankton. Their shells make up a notable portion of beach sand alongside, but easily outnumbered by those of the mind-bogglingly diverse exoforams who've been diversifying for billions of years. The shells of sand nuts are very beneficial, protecting their thin skin from damage to the environment, but also from parasitic barbworms. Their shells do decrease their buoyancy, limiting larger members of this group to depths where the seafloor won't crush them when resting. This Gigantoranianusian is a prime example. The bell area of the shell is the widest and heaviest, allowing it to contact the substrate first upon rest to prevent the tentacles from bending or being dragged. The crown area of the shell sports an odd twist along its rows of petals. This twist actually forces the organism into a constant roll, a technique to stabilize the organism while swimming. This rotation also serves as a passive method of separating and preventing tangles in the tentacles. Large sea nuts like this, the species seen here boasting an impressive 4-inch shell, can be seen drilling through clear coastal waters, tentacles twirling in hopes of snagging small prey. A hard, thin skin covers the shell and speckles it with pigment. While at first glance this may appear to be a sort of camouflage, it's actually a form of thermoregulation. Darker colors absorb more heat, and the further north or southward a species of large sea nut is found, the darker in coloration it is to compensate. Not all sea nuts with muscular tentacles are sand nuts. This notably large sea nut is called an Anfracturora.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Some call it our spirit. It can be found in each of us. Together we can make a world worth traveling. In communities as near as our own backyards or as far as the horizon.
A winding terror. A squat bell lies atop a short, bulging crown. 3 stubby columns of wide paddle rows adorn each cartilaginous sector, dredging kinked, retractable tentacles. A ghoulish gray coloration fancies the spirit of this ghastly specter. While it resembles jellyfish of Earth, the Winding Terror is almost a funhouse mirror version of one. The bell is a muscular tongue-like nose cone. The crown's margins are solid bulges sporting rhythmically beating paddles. In place of stinging cells, the Winding Terrors have sticky slime and sandpaper-like hooks. When prey is seized, the tentacle immediately begins kinking over itself to envelop and immobilize the catch. Food is reeled into the crown, then dropped into a gaping stomach. Many of the Winding Terror's adaptations serve its specialization toward gigantism and a larger feeding size. Not all of its relatives are as outwardly impressive, but they are internally. The third clade on Lapis to evolve blood. This time, hemocyanin, a copper-based oxygen transporter far too large to be carried by cells. Deoxygenated blood is as clear as the surrounding water, but when oxygenated, it reveals a rich royal blue. Hemocyanin is of comparable efficiency to the hemerythrin and chlorocrurin of their derived blooded contemporaries, but it holds a hidden benefit. Under highly pressurized and cold conditions, hemocyanin is actually significantly more efficient at gathering oxygen than even our hemoglobin. These azure-veined octoradiatherians are far and above the most active members of deep and frigid waters. This is a mushroom sea nut, Funginutia. Adapted for filter feeding exoverms from silt, this group has undergone some odd modifications. The bell and crown have fused, and in place of the typical rows of paddles are two fleshy, muscular rings. Everything below is a distension of the stomach lip, and an expandable bag-like form used to gulp clouds of silt before squeezing it out against the bases of the tentacles. The fleshy rings expand and contract in unison, driving the organism upward in a much more jellyfish-like manner than that seen in the Winding Terror. Even in waters shielded above by ice, these creatures can be seen standing vertically, probing up the substrate with their tentacles before gulping and rising a few body lengths above the floor, then drifting back down, and repeating. A billowing cloud of dark silt descends into the fog behind them as they remain unaware that their world has ever been any different, unaware of the ravages that worms, just like those they reap, had enacted during the end of the Age of Scum. The lanolomorph xanthophores have continued to diversify in our absence. From the vascular xanthophores rise the clinging xanthophores, represented here by the boreriforms, or bubble wrap lanolomorphs. Most significantly, in the sporophytes of this group, the holdfast has been altered into a cluster of flexible hooks. These hooks not only allow them to clamp and lock themselves into finer substrates, but they're invaluable for their role in resituating a hold after being displaced by storms. The hooks curl themselves when deactivated, firmly gripping as a unit, but turgor pressure allows them to release or reset their grip. The bubble wrap name comes from the gas bubbles riveting the body's surface. Two symmetrical halves bifurcate the single long leaf, which the clawed base builds out until reaching the surface. The organism's waste gases, carbon dioxide and oxygen, are released into these bubble-shaped organs to help keep the leaf erect in the water. While cover crawlers do prey on these, and all xanthophores, they tend to ignore the gas bladders. Popping them is highly disorienting and often leads to plummeting back down to the seafloor. An inconvenience at best, a life-threatening rapid pressure change at worst. Bubble wrap lanolomorph stands are dotted around in deeper waters, occasionally forming forest-like clusters. Many of the taller, deeper species are pale green or brown, while mid-water species can be seen in the full xanthophore spectrum. Some even enter low competition areas in very shallow, sandy water thanks to their hooks. Their long bodies don't fare very well in the intertidal zones, though. Those areas belong to their close relatives, the rhizome xanthophores. Parsefoles are vascular lanolomorphs which can sprout new shoots from underground stems. This structure is called a rhizome. Each segment grows to a sufficient size before generating a new link in the chain in front of them. While each link only has two roots, it is important to clarify that they're only roots and that they hold the organism down, they don't take in nutrients. Interlacing colonies weave into one another, crisscrossing their rhizomes. In this way, large enough groves of parsefoles project above the surface like grass, but are knotted together underground.
Fastest stop in sports, 3 letters. Wow.
These xanthophores are very good at holding substrate together, and can be found in great pastures at the nutrient-rich zones circling estuaries. Less densely, they can be seen in vast clumps in even the loosest, most open sandy seabeds. These areas often act as oases for benthic and poorly swimming creatures, such as cover crawlers and turbogelates. A powerful enough tempest will lift up the island of alien vegetation and set it back down elsewhere. The slightly crinkled surfaces of the leaves reveal their internal structure behind rubbery skin, veins. In this group, the veins are essentially straight lines from the base of the leaf to the tip. This works very well with their thin, relatively long, little leaves. Some parsefoles have even managed to enter competition with the calcareomorphs. A simple modification to the parsefole body plan has allowed for almost vinate climbing forms. The clinging hooks now have reinforced, sharpened tips to cut into the skin of calcareomorphs, branch and platform types alike. If the cut is deep enough, the stone xanthophiles will attempt to close the wounds around the roots, locking them in place. The now upward projecting leaves, in this species at least, come in pairs. The individual shown here also shows a double rhizome near the center, where one chain splits into two. Parsefoles will occasionally branch like this. Any pieces that fall or snap off are free to start new colonies once they regain a grip, be it a calcareomorph, a large lanolomorph, a rock, a cliff face, or even, on rare occasions, the skins of large matillomorphs. It's not unheard of for zeppelinats to inadvertently carry climbing parsefoles a couple thousand miles out to sea. Those that lose their grip plummet downward, a ribbon of gold soon lost in Zephyr midnight. Back at the shoreline Parseful Meadows, the chlorocrurin exoverms, which will be informally referred to as greenworms, have been evolving. From crispicoverm ancestors, 3 new body plans have emerged, one committing to the upkeep of a single burrow, 1 tunneler, and 1 swimmer. We'll discuss the burrowing group first, as they're the most similar to their forebears. Secreting a thick layer of slime to support a burrow is an alright tactic, assuming the substrate is forgiving. Sand is not particularly forgiving, but this group of greenworms has come to an interesting conclusion. Instead of just secreting slime, these greenworms ooze calcium carbonate alongside other secretions, ensuring that the burrow won't collapse. Unlike the other shelled creatures of Lapis, this secretion isn't bound to the body. The shelled greenworms are free to leave if they so choose. The oddly winding shapes of their shells are telling of every time they were shifted or tumbled in the sand, bending toward whatever was up at that point of growth. 2 main feeding strategies have emerged alongside the evolution of the shell: filter feeding and fishing. In filter feeding forms, celopulms, the throat inverts significantly to reveal a whorl of feathery projections to catch drifting food particles. Once a sufficient volume is captured, the throat is retracted before casting out again. The actual body is somewhat fat and short, living on the upper half of the shell when fully retracted. The end half closes itself off and often breaks off if the shell has been used for a long time due to its age and diminutive stature compared to the creature's current size. They prefer to live near estuaries and can be very indecisive as larvae before committing to a burrow location. The feathery structures in filterworms could be considered soft, flexible teeth. Fisherworms, Piscatorvermes, are very similar in appearance to filterworms, aside from their throats. With nearly indistinguishable shells and somewhat sausage-shaped bodies, they would be easily confused if not seen feeding. Fisherworms eject their thin, spiny throats and whip them around to snag waterborne exoverms and small sea nuts. Even exoverms of similar size will be eaten happily. Fisherworms prefer active areas with abundant prey. If their home proves less fruitful than anticipated, they will abandon their shell and burrow or crawl to more favorable conditions. When stressed outside of a shell, they will contract into a pinkish or greenish sphere to reduce possible damage. The ancestral form actually more closely resembled fisherworms than filterworms, a spiny, ejectable throat, albeit much less exaggerated and specialized. The spine throat worms, Spinophaustia, are actually the most similar in anatomy to the basal shellworms, just without shells. Their young behave fairly similarly to fisherworms, shell and all, but spine throats will leave their shells behind once they grow large enough. Bulky diggers with thick skin, these greenworms will surface to eject their throats, as seen here, skewer prey, and retract their catch back into their bodies, swallowing them whole. One of the first groups on Lapis to actively pursue and attack similarly sized prey, their iron-tipped throat teeth will gash even the toughest cover crawler armor. The only problem is getting their feet to unstick. Their endurance and determination in preying on cover crawlers is admirable, though a bit sickening. A voracious predator relying almost entirely on smell, the spine-throat greenworms are quite monstrous. Going so far as to burrow after other digging exoverms, they're relentless in the chase. Or as relentless as an ovoid worm can be. Their shape contracts and expands in waves along the body, a motion equally suitable for crawling over and under the substrate. The sister clade to the shellworms are those aforementioned other diggers, the burrowworms, Cuniculum vermes. These greenworms are specialized for tunneling through the substrate, built like trains, long and thin, to slice through the ground at Mach speed.
Okay. It is finally time. Let me bring back all the shit. I don't need fucking that thing. I can get rid of fucking... Where's the Monty gift? There it is. Okay, let me move this. Bam. Bring back the chat thing. Where did... There. Then I bring back my face. Did that... Video capture device. Hello? This needs to move back in the corner. Where's my video capture device? Sorry that took forever, everybody. Oh, that's why. I clicked the wrong thing. Video capture device. Why'd you move over there? There. Now I'm back over here. I can go like that. That seems right. Okay. We, after 10 billion years, we are back at it. Let me... Okay, I have been like on and off reading shit. I'm just back now. The phone call is done. I don't know why y'all are still here, but I appreciate it. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Goodrick these hi. Monty is gone. I can bring him back if you guys want, but it is like the world's shittiest crop. Oh my goodness. Royal Tyrant Octanguiped. Let's get back to the fucking thing we were working on. Don't you just love how much fruitier I sound in general? It's been an hour. It has been an hour. I didn't think it would take that long. We're gonna stream. Oh wait, you're not supposed to look at this. I just needed this picture. Okay, this is the fucking thing we're working with right now. Cottage Bat says because you're super cool. You're super cool. You're super cool. Hell yeah. We actually get to do the stream now. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's the fucking homunculus. We're back to the crab homunculus. Okay, so this fucker has eyes, right? There's eyes right there. And then there's an eye on there. Can't really see it. But I need to talk about it because it exists. There, you can see it pretty clearly right there. This little bluish dot. So. La criatura. Where were we? Lapis's most numerous creature, on the other hand, has been diversifying. The common Octanguiped is an adaptable, resilient force. Its carcinized form is perfectly generalized. The Octanguiped build is ripe for iteration and vying for adaptation. Here we fucking go, chat. this? Okay. Octanguiped build is ripe for iteration and vying for adaptation. This is the royal tyrant Octanguiped. What's a good word for purple? What's a good synonym for purple? I don't want to use violet. Purple. Synonym. Lavender. Heliotrope is a good fucking word, but is that the right kind of purple? It fucking is. It just is the right color that I want. Okay. This is the royal tyrant Octanguiped, identifiable by its actually, it's not the right color. Yeah, it kind of is. Kind of is. What other colors we got? Amethyst, lilac, mauve. Yeah, mauve is the right color. By its identifiable by its pitch and mauve palette. Ribboned? No, ribboned isn't a good word. Striated. That's a good word. Striated with, ochre is a word I use too much. Beige is the word. Striated with beige upper legs. Identifiable by its pitch and mauve palette, and striated with beige. Okay, we're getting it. Andrew Funk, can you go up and read my messages about the first time watching episode 3? I can certainly try to. Do you guys like my necklace, by the way? It's new. I really like it. My friend, darling friend Beck recommended it. There has to be a way to, like, search, right? This was... Oh, who asked this? Was it Andrew Fong? Yes. Wait. Am I just stupid? Where did it go? What's your favorite clade that I made so far? Probably these. The Octanguipeds. In another stream, I talked about how I scrapped an entire group of things because they looked too stupid. It was this thing. I redesigned them and they look way better now. Yeah, Andrew asked that. Let's find Andrew. Let's go. I really apologize for not being able to read everybody's things. I feel kind of bad about that. I feel like the first trees are gonna be banana tree-like with their stems being made up of fused leaves. Guess we'll have to see. Andrew, I don't know if I can find your message. We're just staring at the Octanguiped now. Watch this video the day just before a hurricane came by and before last summer until it was midnight. Well, gosh, it sounds like you're all right. I'm glad for that. That is really interesting. I assume that's what you meant for me to go back up and read. Oh gosh, I should probably just put on my glasses. Anyways. It looks like its arms are made of fries. They do kind of look like that. They look like kaiju. It does. It's a fucking interesting design. I think it's really cool. Trees are really far ahead. Or are they? Oh my goodness, I'm such a cheeky little bastard, aren't I? Yeah, I don't plan that very much ahead. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like, the episode after this is just the fishes part 2. So we're taking things really gradually, and the transition to land is not going to work how a lot of people are assuming it's going to work, and I'm going to have so much fun with it. Yeah, trees pretty much are just big plant. Okay, let me refem my voice. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, trees have a woody stem. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Lux is in there. Lux, are you in the Discord call? Did you want to join? That's my Moirail, everybody. Because Lux was thinking about joining. Do I even have Discord open? What is wrong with me? Oh no, wait, don't look at it. Shit. That was close. Maybe, perhaps. If you don't want to, smell it is okay. It was close though, right? Don't look at my Discord, friends. Anyways, I'm gonna continue. Identifiable by its pitch and mauve palette and striated with beige patchworks. Striated with beige patchworks and white. And legs striated with beige patchworks and white splotches, white spots, white. Striated beige patchworks. I'll just say patchworks. This Octanguiped is a common, because it is derived from the common Octanguiped. This Octanguiped is a denizen. I've used denizen before. Let me see if there's a good synonym for that. Denizen. I'm so good at typing. Fuck. Denizen. Synonym. Habitant. Burgess. Interesting. Dwells. Occupies. Occupies is a good word. Octanguiped occupies because we get the double O. That's like a an alliteration, I think is what it's called. I should read shit. Lux did this. What's happening? Gosh. Oh my gosh, there's so many more people than I... Lux with your big eyes, perhaps, no way. What time is it for me? Andrew says, it is 9:20. It is 9:20 for me. Okay, Lux wants to join, so we are going to briefly go like that. Now you can't see shit. Take that. Alright. Hold on a sec, no one can hear you. Okay, now people can hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
I forget there's a lag. I just kept being silly in the chat, so you're like, you don't have to. It's like, okay, but I want to call.
Aren't you just a precious little bean? So, to reiterate,
What?
we are streaming. Everyone can
Yeah.
hear. Yes. Yeah. If at any point you get like interrupted by anybody, just in case they say something incriminating, or I guess that's not the right word, just like mute yourself quick. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, this is my Moira Lux, everybody. Wow, they were just in the chats.
I was, and I'm still looking at the chat with my big eyes.
Do you want to be in charge of the chat?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
I need to go to bed at 10, though, because I gotta get up at 4 tomorrow for work.
Oh, that's fun. I don't like that.
I don't either. I wish my alarms went off.
I'm gonna bite you.
Oh, yeah, well, I am 2 hours in the past.
Guys, lapises, yes you are. Reefs and
I'd be quiet while you're typing.
Environments. No, I'm just gonna keep typing if you wanna talk about whatever.
Okay. Hi, I am Lux. I'm a biologist. If you want to ask me questions, I don't know many things, but I know some things. Also, like, I get questioned or like corrected all the time in these live streams. So, please keep doing that because it's cool to learn new things.
That's true.
However, I do need to BRB real quick. I need to put the bird to bed. I'm just gonna mute myself.
Okay. Mango needs to go to sleep, unless it's the other bird. Parsimonious. That's a good word. What does parsimonious mean? Parsimonious. Unwilling to spend money on resources. Whoa. That's not what I fucking thought it meant at all. Stop looking at me with them big old eyes. Point of view is not going to sleep. Very, very real. Oh, we got a question. We got a question for Lex. As a biologist, what's your favorite Pokemon? From that standpoint, that's an excellent question. Their favorite Pokemon is Starly. But we'll see how they answer that question. Persimmon. Persinickety. These are good words. These are good words, guys. This Octanguiped occupies Lapis' reef and liminal parseful environments. Whoa. Okay. I see. I see. With a much greater leg span than their direct ancestors, they can travel great distances with ease.
Can also travel great distances.
Standing high.
Persimmon?
Persimmony. Somebody asked you a question. What is your favorite Pokemon from a biologist standpoint?
I like Starly because it's literally just a white-faced Starly. What? No! No! No, I don't hate Starly. That's my favorite one.
What?
Somebody predicted what I was going to say, but in the wrong way, and that's so funny.
No, I was reading it, and I said that your favorite Pokemon was Starly. But I think they made, like, from a biologist perspective. Well, I guess that is, like, you know what a white-faced starling is?
It's funny, because, like, people are like, why did somebody say persimmon with a question?
Oh, because I was saying words that sounded like persimmon. Yeah.
We asked you a fun question.
What is it?
Do you have any creatures that propel themselves with their farts underwater?
I mean, basically. Baby dragonflies do that, essentially.
Water types forever, so what's your favorite Pokemon? Is it a water type, and if so, why?
Me? Who?
Who said that I hate Starly?
Wait, I need to just read the chat. I'm so confused.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were gonna try and write, and I was entertaining people, so I can give you more context.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Oh, no, my bad.
Oh, okay. Okay, carry on. You're doing good.
Tell us about your fart monsters. And I'm talking to you, Stitch.
What?
Wait, can I call you that?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell the chat about your fart monsters.
I mean, there are a lot of things that are jet propulsed. I don't know how much spoilers we want to say. You know, fuck it. We live in the spoiler. We live in the spoiler.
No, you gotta keep some cheeky stuff so people watch your video and then they're like, ooh,
oh, but
cool.
You see, if people paused it already, they can see most of these, so I can just show it.
Yeah.
Where's a good fart monster? Here's a good fart monster. Yeah, look at fucking that thing. That's cool.
He's an actual fish.
Where's another fart monster?
Oh my god, it is.
Oh, here's the ultimate fart monster right here. Should have led with this bad boy. Anyway.
Oh, I can't see because it's cast. Oh, gotcha.
Gotcha. Okay. Octanguiped.
There's so much lag.
There is. There's like a minute or something. With a much greater leg span than their direct ancestors, they can travel great distances with ease while standing high above obstacles. Okay, I see.
Somebody added me. They know my name. Have you worked with animals, quote unquote, in the wild? What do you mean? Why are you quoting it?
Well, it's in the wild, as in like in the wilds, like you've worked with wild animals, but have you worked with wild animals in the field, basically?
Oh yes, that's where I worked. Oh shoot, I was about to dox myself. I worked in a desert ecosystem near where I live, and with butterflies, and I actually saw a wild one. A lot of the butterflies that we were working with were captive raised and put into the field, but I saw one of the same species because they're like super rare where I live. It's like the northernmost extent of their range, so that was cool. You off. Blink stare.
Well, why are you blink staring?
Did I cut you off?
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, I think my Discord just exploded.
Yeah, you would have your Discord just explode.
Yeah, my computer's not working great recently, and I'm not sure why. It's because I haven't been updating it in like 3 months. It's okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was at Falcarius. I just wanted to make sure that I like understood your question. I wasn't trying to like make fun of you for like how you said something. Hey, that's fair. We should have more spoilers if the stream says spoilers only.
That is true. Each limb is highly motile and is capable of both great strength and precise what? Precise manipulation?
That's a good one, yeah. How did you know? Oh wait, I didn't... Yes, monarchs are cute.
Some full display with lunate crescent. Lunate means like a crescent shape, right?
Shape.
Shape? Yeah, it is.
Shape.
Hmm?
shape. It's not going through my back. Scroll through the chat. Oh, I figured it out. Sweet.
Deserved. Did they mute themselves on accident? I guess we will see.
I did not. I just don't know what to talk about. I don't want to like ruin your concentration.
No, it's okay. You can just like read the chat parts aloud and like discuss it. Do you want me to give an example?
About monarchs in the chat.
Oh?
Yeah. They're pretty cute. Don't you agree?
I actually don't think they're very cute. I like the skipper butterflies.
Oh, fair. Skippers are cuter, yeah. Have you seen... I'm not going to talk about it in the chat, because then people will be able to, like, basically pinpoint where I live.
Deserved. This is the balance of being in, the chat.
Looks up what that species is. Big mushroom. It's the largest mushroom in the world. That's so cool. I thought the largest mushroom was the giant puffball. That's wild. Oh, the largest edible mushroom is the giant puffball. That thing is so big. I didn't expect it to look like just like a regular mushroom, but just large. They don't look very structurally sound. Hey Dome, that's cool. There's a if you ever go to Victoria in British Columbia, Canada, there's a oh, it is an edible mushroom. Anyway, there's a butterfly garden there, and that one's really cool. I liked going to that one. They have parrots there and like flamingos, and I have a picture of, I don't know what the blue butterfly is, like the big like iconic blue butterfly is. Not like a species of blue, which is a kind of butterfly, but it landed on a flamingo's back, so I have a picture of it like a blue butterfly on a pink flamingo. It was pretty cool. Big agreed that more people need to see Candy Eggs' channel.
What is a claw called? Is there a different word for that?
I'm gonna look it up before I... Shoot. I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. An opposable claw projects from each apex of the crescent.
Is it... Are you considering it as an arthropod?
I don't know. It has like a tetrapod-like claw, like a tardigrade or something. Tarsal claw, I suppose.
If it's an arthropod, it would be a chela. C-H-E-L-A, singular, and then chelae for plural. There's a Latin term, which is unguis, and I think that's how you're confusing, like, because I know a lot of paleontology says ungule for it.
Unguis?
U-N-G-U-I-S.
Can you spell it slower than that?
Yeah. U-N-G-U-I-S.
An opposable unguis projects from each apex of the crescent.
Job.
A third projection projects.
When somebody corrects me, the chela is specifically for 2 opposing claws that can pinch. I don't know. I don't know a lot about invertebrates, despite that being my job. I like birds. Yeah. Somebody says you gotta use some simple terms.
Simple terms are for big guy. I use big word, big artistic word. Tagmatic, is that a word? I feel like it is tagmatic. Of or pertaining to tagma. Tagma.
Wow, that's useful.
Specialized grouping of body segments, often forming distinct regions. That is the word that I wanted. A third point projects from a tagmatic solid heel. This 3-pointed pincer, this 3-pointed pincer is invaluable for manipulating, I already used the word manipulating, for grasping both soft and hard-bodied prey.
At Crusader, you're correct. I looked it up. It just wasn't clear when it was explaining the differences. Wait, are you asking what my favorite extinct invertebrate is, or what Candy's favorite extinct invertebrate is?
You going completely silent? You can kind of just like drone on about stuff in between the call and response, because it'll take like 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. The dog wanted it.
I
He's
kind of
just staring at me.
good. Kind of scuffed up my makeups today.
Dang.
I didn't put enough primer in the base of my eye, so it's like crinkly and dry. It's kind of unfortunate, but I'm in like 140p, so nobody can tell. Slugma.
I like your fit.
What?
Slugma.
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 Slugma balls.
White. White.
What's the Pokemon that goes with throw?
I'm not answering that.
Sockma balls.
White. White.
Do you know did you know what the ice type gym leader's name is in Sinnoh?
I'm not answering that.
Candace stick fit in your mouth.
There are children that watch this.
I have sworn so much. It has been done.
I've left.
What?
Did you say what your favorite extinct invertebrate is?
Oh, did somebody ask me that?
Yeah.
Oh. My favorite extinct invertebrate. That's an interesting question. Huh. It's probably Parapuzosia, the big ammonite. Just because I think it's interesting that it's that big. Like, I like to imagine that it, like, a shell is up on the beach and it's like half eroded, but it's like 4 feet long or in diameter. I think that's cool, so I would say Parapuzosia.
I don't know what my favorite extinct invertebrate is. There's so many cool options and I can't narrow it down.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to narrow it down. Shots fired.
Explodes into a fine red mist.
Excuse me. Comment a Lot Gaming says that Tagma is being deleted by YouTube.
Saying Tagma balls.
Tagma is being removed by YouTube. That's because YouTube is controlled by a big segment.
I'm not finishing that.
Big segment doesn't want you to undergo tagmosis. Opinion on coralline algae. Do you know what that is?
Look shit up.
Because I think I've heard of it, but I don't know what it looks like. It sounds like it looks terrible. It sounds like it looks absolutely disgusting. Like those bryozoans or whatever, that's what I imagine.
It looks like a mineral.
It looks like a mineral. Does it look like coral? Or does it just look like a rock?
It's like a mineral. You too much control my big ball. You guys like that thing count as invertebrates? Looks with my big eyes.
Was it Hangouiped?
Yeah.
I think that's in the Walking with Monsters, isn't it? Little fish type thing.
It's a chordate, so it can't be an invertebrate. It's a vertebrate, so it can't be an invertebrate.
Interesting.
That bang was earlier, huh? Is that why you tried to run home? Is there too many fireworks? That was scary.
Context dog?
Yes. He's hiding. That was so scary. Do you need to go hide in the closet? Down here? Here. Oh shoot, I can't move that. Come on up, Vic. Sage, what's your favorite Spec UFO documentary of the early 2000s?
Whatever the expedition, whatever that's called. It's called like Darwin 4.
Is that the one you made me watch that has the blinky lights?
The what?
The blinky light one.
What does blinky light one mean?
Is that the show? The expedition?
Like can you describe the blinky light?
Oh, it's like that's how they knew that the sapient things were sapient because they did like light sequences.
Yes, indeed.
That was cool. I like that.
Let me fact check it. 2005 it counts.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's early 2000.
Future is Wild is cool too, though. You hated that one, Lux.
There's this one show that I used to watch, and I really liked it when I was a kid. It was like all humans vanished, and it was like describing like how cities will succumb to the wilderness, and it was really cool. I liked that. But like a lot of animals died in the beginning, and it was so sad because like all the pets and stuff died off.
Yeah.
Hi, Winston. Are you sad? He thinks he's stuck.
Somebody asked to show the Eosapiens, so now we're gonna do it. Oh yeah.
Okay.
This is such a
like
good
hard
design.
with bugs too.
You what?
Agasso says I like the carboniferous bugs, and I say I do too.
Good.
Whoa, it's almost like I don't watch TV ever. Thank you, Liam. That wasn't sarcasm. I don't watch TV.
Yeah, they don't watch anything. Everything that they see is because I made them.
Yeah, except for Dogs in Space. That's a good one. If you have Netflix, you should watch Dogs in Space.
I forgot about Dogs in Space.
You won't watch it. It's so cute, and it has such a fun story.
We were
I
watching
haven't
it
finished
together.
it yet. Oh, we should keep watching it, because I'm not caught up. I think they came out with another season. You're so real, comment a lot gaming. That is also why I'm not doing a spec evo. Also, I can't do things regularly. My brain explodes and then I forget about it forever. The dog got stuck again.
Oh my. Somebody asked if I know about the gulp hog. That's from Expedition, isn't it? What the fuck is it? Wait, I saw this. I remember this. I remember this was cool. This fucking thing.
I can't see it. Lol.
It's
There's too
from
much lag.
it's from an early 2000s Spec Evo thing.
It's showing up. Oh.
Oh, my stream
That
might
looks
have
like
just
Jar Jar
crashed.
Binks.
You look like Jar Jar Binks.
What? No, I don't.
Yes, you
You
do.
look like Jar Jar Binks.
My stream may have crashed. My thing isn't showing anything.
For sure.
I
wish like an emu. That's kind of fun. Like those
Oh.
emus that were born without feathers and they still have their baby stripes on their skin.
I like those emus.
They're cute.
My video may be broken, but everything else seems to be fine still. So that's good.
It looks like it's still working for me.
Okay, that's good then. I'll just
somebody-
ignore it.
Okay. Somebody says, I've been, oh, Candy, oh, like the video of you're recording yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's glitchy, but it's slowly working. It's just like a bunch of still frames. You want to go up on the couch? Somebody said, oh, Candy, I've been meaning to ask you, are you aware that one of the links for the fan art submissions shows your email, including your full name, right?
That depends on what you mean by my full name. If it's the Candy Eggs Connect, it probably just says Sage Pharaoh.
Which is your full name.
Which is technically my full name. It's not my legal name. You'll never would have guessed.
Who knows it? What did I just say? Just lay down, dude.
Godrickies, I really do hope that the Exobiology viewers and the Tantum's Construct readers are one and the same. Tantum's Construct has started being posted on Webtoon. There it is. Everyone should read it, because I care about this a lot more than the Aliens Project. This is my little child. This is my baby. Look at it.
Oh, me.
I've been posting one page every day until it catches up to where that I'm like actually at. And it displays really nicely on Webtoon, actually. I spent like 3 hours going through every single image and adding this fucking white border at the bottom and resizing them for this.
That's cool.
You're cool.
Looks with my big eyes.
Yeah, you would look with your big eyes. Comment a
Your
lot
full
gaming.
name?
Yeah. My full name is Candy_eggs. My that is my full name. My legal name is Sedge Horsetails. That's true. That's real life. That's me up in the top corner. Like look at that.
And then on the bottom left is your internet persona to make
Yeah.
you more appealing to a human audience.
Exactly. This is my human Sona.
Human Sona.
Can't believe my child isn't a horrible godless monstrosity in an alien world. Those are also my children, but I kill those en masse, so I don't care about them as much.
They're God.
Well, I basically just make stuff up and then it is real in the thing.
Just like a real God.
Do you want to talk about your idea for a Spec Evo project?
I will never do my spec evo. I have come to decide or
You've
to
come
realize.
decide. Okay.
I what? to realize.
Mildly infuriated bird asks, what dinosaur is that little guy? Or what dinosaur is that little guy? That little guy is Sedge Horsetails, who is a Corythosaurus casuarius.
Yeah. Good Rixies beat you to it. Hate to say it.
What? Good Rick is. Ichthyes. Ichthyes nuts. Ah! Okay.
What? My idea for my aliens project was gonna be very chemistry based, and then I had nothing planned for after that. And then like, oh, I have a good idea, and like I figured it out, and then I started writing. I'm like, dang, I hate writing. So it hasn't gotten past that. That's my whole story.
Good.
An online game called My Dinos. Oh.
What's the word for how, like, raptorial birds crush things with their peats? Is there a word for that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Mastication. I also would really like to see a Spec Evo project based more around early life. There's so much, like, little things. Like, there's so many more little things, and they're so interesting. Like, did you know that there's 4 forms of, photosynthesis on Earth? Like, different forms of chlorophyll. There's 4 different kinds of it. They all look exactly the same. They have slightly different peaks of wavelength, but it's really hard to, like, visually tell it apart. One's more bluish, one's more yellowish. Vacation is what I do with your mom.
Excuse me?
You're excused. I just got an email.
We just got a letter.
It's my boss.
We just got a letter. Let's see who it's from. I was gonna make a joke about that, but I couldn't think of anything.
Plum trees have made me suspicious if they have chlorophyll or not. Okay, that's cool. And I will be a nerd about that.
Good.
And then I will go to bed. The plum trees, like the ones that are like really dark, like the cherry plums that grow here, like in not captivity, whatever, agriculture, whatever. They landscaping, yeah. They have regular chlorophyll. All plants, like land plants, have the same type of chlorophyll. I think it's a mix of 2, actually. I don't remember. It could be A and B, but I don't remember. But like all chlorophyll is green. That's just how it is. Why? I don't know. And the reason that they're the color that they are is because they produce a bunch of accessory pigments. I'm pretty sure they're shoot, I don't remember which one it is. Let me look it up really quick. I don't remember how to spell it, so anyways. But yeah, the reason that they're that color is because they produce accessory pigments. And it's the same type of pigment that beets produce, so I'm gonna be able to find that out. What pigments do beets produce? That's not correct. Anyways, and so that's the same reason why, like,
in fall leaves change color is because they also have accessory pigments, but they don't produce so much that it overpowers how, like, we interpret it to be green. So like the green like shines through more, and then when the chlorophyll dies off in the winter, or fall, whatever, the like accessory pigments, like the ones that are being hidden, end up like shining through. Basically, it's pretty cool. I'm sure you guys already knew that, but like. Somebody says there's non-oxygenic photosynthesis, right? Maybe. All I know is about chlorophyll because I wanted to, like, for my aliens project, make something that was, like, not green, but not requiring accessory pigments. Yes, there is. I don't know what they use to produce it because it can't be, chlorophyll. Oh, they just call it bacterial chlorophyll, which is like an entirely different thing. That's cool. I'll have to look at it and see what wavelengths it produces. Because I have absorption maximums. Oh, okay, so light green to blue-green powder. So they like use the same color, or they reflect the same color. Why, I don't know, but it's cool. Sage.
What?
Somebody says that, I feel like birds would just grind things with their beaks. Do you want to explain why they can't do that?
What, under what context?
Birds, like, they cannot masticate. They can't chew.
Oh my goodness.
They can't grind.
You can talk about it if you want to.
Oh my
you aren't asleep yet. Unless you are.
Looks with my big eyes, but my eyes are closed because I'm asleep. So, mammals are very, very, very specialized with their jaws and being able to, like, go, like, side to side or front to back. So, like, if you think of, like, a cow chewing, like, they kind of, like, go in a weird, like, side to side circle when they're chewing. Does it while I'm talking. But birds can't actually do that. They have more like a hinged jaw, which is like the way jaws more ancestrally are. So because of that, they're not capable of chewing. They have to basically like rip things off into like small enough pieces that they can swallow it. So like things like parrots, which people are most familiar with, like they can bite things, and like when my parrot chews on his toys, we call it chewing on his toys, even though really he's just like ripping off small pieces. Like he's piercing with the tip of his bill and like biting down on something. It's not like an actual like grinding chewing motion because he doesn't have the jaw anatomy. His jaw isn't flexible enough. It can't go side to side. It can only go up and down. And it also can't go forward and back super well, but like he's kind of capable of it because his top bill and his bottom bill can move both independently of the head, so he can kind of like get the hook part of his upper bill to like touch the bottom bill, and that lets him like very finely manipulate things, and it's cool to see. But he can't move his jaw side to side well enough to be able to chew.
What if we get a little spec Eva with it? What if we make a chewing parrot by giving it a tooth battery on its tongue that occludes with a tooth battery on the roof of its mouth?
Pause a bubble. What pulls up the ancient photosynthesis methods?
What?
Sulfur-mediated photosynthesis. Wait. Oh, okay, so the sulfur bacteria also use the anoxygenic photosynthesis, which is the same way that photosynthesis works. It just is under non-oxygenated conditions. So I assume they produce a lot of accessory pigments because that method uses or produces like green, from what I understand. Yeah.
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 Water. Will I do a 4th of July special? Maybe.
It's just exploding.
I might do something cheeky in protest of current politics in my country. But
did you hear the budget bill got passed?
I did hear that. Very unfortunate. Because I don't really have any other plans unless Ethan wants to do something with me. I should probably ask him.
You should. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. Ethan voices Tay in the Tantum's Construct dub. I also need him to finish getting the lines for that, actually.
I need to finish doing my lines too.
Goodrick these saw a paper that suggested cyanobacteria are green because of the green rust in archaean oceans. It's interesting. I don't know anything about that.
Why?
Why?
Can I read the paper?
What?
I want to read.
Oh, Goodrick these. If you know what the paper is called, that'd be awesome. If not, that is alright.
Look at my big eyes.
Do spec Evo on the Harvesters from Independence Day. Oh, I was like, did you mean Harvestmen? Opelions?
I was thinking of that.
Independence Day. Huh?
I was thinking of Opelions, say Harvesters and Harvestmen.
Good. Independence Day is the one with the like tripod things, right? Independence Day. And then it's based on War of the Worlds, right? What? Oh wait, no, this is the one with like Will Smith in it. I'm mixing up things. And then it's just literal Independence Day. That would be a good idea for like 4th of July special, especially. Oh no, politics. I'm mixing up my aliens movies. What was that, Spell?
I wanna watch that.
Yeah, you would wanna watch Will Smith.
We should watch the movie where Nick Cage steals the Declaration of Independence.
You need to watch The Croods.
I've seen The Croods, idiot.
You need to watch The Croods again, but completely understanding that it's Nick Cage.
Nick Cage, the funny guy.
Rhymes with Grug.
You know what else rhymes with Grug?
Comment a lot gaming doesn't like how there's like 2 minutes of delay. It is unfortunate, but my computer will actually like buffer the video if it tries to send it out that fast.
I use my computer.
I mean, you probably could.
Yeah.
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 Okay, I'm gonna start just like reading the 2 paragraphs that I've got done over the course of like 5 hours. The Royal Tyrant Octanguiped. I don't even know if I'm gonna save this stream onto the save streams. This is such a nothing stream. But Lapis's most numerous creature, on the other hand, has been diversifying. The common Octanguiped is an adaptable, resilient force. Its carcinized form is perfectly generalized. The Octanguiped build is ripe for iteration and vying for adaptation. This is the royal tyrant Octanguiped, identifiable by its pitch and mauve palette and legs striated with beige patchworks. This Octanguiped occupies Lapis's reef and liminal parseful environments. With a much greater leg span than their direct ancestors, they can travel great distances with ease while standing high above obstacles. I'm gonna do high above rocky obstacles. Each limb is highly motile and is capable of both great strength and precise manipulation. I think dexterity. Precise dexterity. That is the word I was looking for when I was writing it. The standard Octanguiped foot configuration is on full display, with a muscular lunate foot lined with rows of sharp hooks and scales. An opposable unguus projects from each apex of the crescent. A third point projects, they should use a different word for that, so I'm going to go bwomp, from a tagmatic solid heel. This three-pointed pincer is invaluable for grasping both soft and hard-bodied prey, animalog and floor-analog alike. Basal cover crawlers are leveraged with the 3 points and dropped into the crushing maws, while unlucky finworms are crushed, I use crushed twice in a row, and impaled before processing. So I'm just gonna, are impaled.
Nice.
The same podal tools saw and cut off pieces of xanthophylls. As the royal tyrant walks, its limbs passively pluck floranalog clippings and pass them into its mouths. Floranalogs require significant processing time from mastication to radulation, but 8 mouths leaves Octanguipeds well prepared for the time commitment. They are seldom seen without toying around something in at least one of their mouths. Well, that was a good, 5 hours of work. Mildly infuriated bird says royal tyrant name. Sounds like the Tyranids. I'm curious as to whether they mean the Tyrannosaurids, or is that what the tyrant flycatchers are called?
Oh.
Tyranids. Oh no, it's from Warhammer 40k. Full circle. Full circle. We were talking about that with the first minute of the stream.
I Sage uses she-they.
What did somebody ask? Was I really that fruity? Was I that fruity tonight?
People are starting to clock you and it's so cool.
Good. It's because I talk like this all the time instead of doing a fucking British accent. From pronouncing things. What?
Why do you have a British accent?
Because in the old videos I really enunciate and it sounds stupid. I go You what?
Yeah.
Yeah. I go the standard Octanguiped foot configuration is on full display.
It makes it easy for my baby brain to understand.
Good. I think I'm gonna do it more with my regular ass speaking voice this time around. Partly because, as y'all could probably hear from the graveliness of my voice, I don't really talk like that anymore.
Crusader says Candy is British, might have to stop watching.
I'm gonna make everyone mad. Or no.
Or no, Clear, they're gonna find out the
I can't believe that this would even happen. Oh my god. There's something missing from our world. That's me being British.
It's Australia.
No, but that one was British. That one was just Nigel Marven. I had to vocal stim Nigel Marven.
I'm gonna vocal stim your mom.
There's something missing from our world. I'm Nigel Marven. Welcome back to Nigel Marven Hour. You still need to watch Prehistoric Planet. I mean, Prehistoric Park. They all have the same fucking name. I love Prehistoric Park, and you need to see it, and you need to witness it in its glory.
No.
Yes.
I'm going to cry the entire time.
Good.
It's the worst horror movie I've ever seen.
No, but it's good though. It's actually good. It's like the only thing that treats them like animals. I love Prehistoric Park.
British.
Huh?
Warhammer is British.
Arnor.
Looks with my big eyes. Dang, I should go to bed.
Yeah, you should go to bed.
I want to.
But don't you have to wake up at like 4 a.m.? I think you should go to bed like immediately.
Round.
Yeah, you want to go to bed? You want to go to sleep?
Yeah.
Nigel Marven, a time-traveling zoologist and a man who has witnessed his fair share of close shaves with dinosaurs. It's not even a good impression.
Okay, I'm going to bed now. Have fun with your stream. Nice seeing everybody again, especially the couple of people that I vaguely recognize.
Yeah, there's a lot of the same people. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's cool. It is a sleepy time indeed for a big eye creature. Bye.
Bye, Small. Good night. And that was my Moirel, everybody. Oh shit! Don't look at my Discord. What are you doing? Nobody's allowed to see that. Okay, Discord's gone. I don't even know if I can type anymore. Like my brain is spent. I think I'm just gonna make up for everything and do some talkiesing. We're gonna talk a bit. Okay, this sounds awesome. Okay, I'm also gonna go like that because I don't want that on my ear anymore. Okay, let's talk to the buddies because I love my buddies. I love the buddies. Goodrick these. That sounded pretty much right. the Nigel Marven bit. Comment to Log Gaming, you're new. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the Candy Eggs Cringe Fest. I hope you're enjoying my fruity ass. Just doing basically nothing. I got nothing else going on tonight, so I guess it's gonna be a hangout hour. Candy Eggs, how big is the beast? The Royal Octanguiped? I don't really know. I haven't made the size chart yet, but I kind of imagine that it's like the size of like leg span wise, like a blue crab. And then I look at the picture of myself and I do posture. Okay, we're gonna make like a noise, right? No crack. My spine didn't crack. Or my shoulders, whatever. You know what? Let's crack the spine. Oh, fuck yeah. Chat, clip that. She fucking exploded. Her spine. Come to Lot Gaming, you are a buddy. Everybody in the stream is a buddy. You're also queer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You get a special hell yeah. I'm such a dork. Yeah, and I don't think I can be too much more productive today, but we can certainly try. Let's go ahead and read something.
we're going to read one of these things. So see this? From the eyed finworm down to the revolver lapis saucer. All these X's. Go ahead and vote for which one of these you want me to read, and then I can read this section aloud. Does that sound like a fun plan? I hope that does. I need a haircut. I really do. I want to get like that. That sort of thing. I think that'd be very cute. Wait, I need to read things. Okay. You know what? Now I look like a dork. Am I going to bed? I am not going to... Oh, wait. I scrolled too high. Space dinosaurs exist in 40K. Interesting. I have a very precise taste in, like, video games. So I don't think I would like, that game, but, you know, never really know, I suppose. Candy Eggs podcast. This is functionally the Candy Eggs podcast. Next time there's like a dinosaur documentary, Pedro and I need to do like a live version, because we've just kind of been recording it. It's always really stupid too. I don't know if anybody's even cared to watch that, but we've been doing that every time there's a new dinosaur thing, whether we post it or not. Cottage Bat, we love you too. Alright. I was practicing doing this. I'm like such a like a buffoonerous creature. I'm not very coordinated, so like I had to train myself to do this. I love doing this now. Elves in space. Elves in space. Spelves. Elves in space. That reminds me of Fossil Fighters, the Dinurians. Love Fossil Fighters. Andrew, if your last name is Horsetails, can you make a family tree plant joke with the real life plants? Perhaps. Perhaps. Has anyone else here seen Chimere related things? Chimere, that sounds really familiar. Let me... Oh, it's this. This person, actually, speaking of the Chimere project, Lux was commissioned to do art for this project, I'm pretty sure. Lux by Moirail, whom was just here. I'm pretty sure. What if I just do this? That doesn't work. I'm like pretty sure that they commissioned Lux to do stuff for this project. His little mammal things. They kind of look like these things, but there's like a nice little array of little things. Either way, whatever. $40K isn't a video game, though there are 40K video games. It's like plastic toy soldiers mixed with Dungeons and Dragons. Really? Interesting. Tabletop role play game. Interesting. See, not to Worm Eater. Love Chimere. I haven't really followed it, but I've seen it occasionally. Oh, there's books for it. That's awesome. You lost one of them, which is where... Yeah. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Speaking of books that are good, I have Sean Hennessy's dinosaur comic thing. Speed Thief. I really enjoyed it. I would recommend getting it if you think dinosaurs are funny. Anyways. Did anybody request
a thing to read. I forgore to check about that. Chickenpox. You know what? I'm gonna wait like a moment, just a moment. And then if anyone has someone they want to read, then I can go ahead and read. Otherwise, we can just continue the hangout. Walnuts don't make it to the stream. They were slow. Frowns. The walnuts will exist at some point. Don't you worry, the sea walnuts. They're coming. I was planning on putting them in this next episode. They seem to have been put off until the next episode. Whatever one has chloroplasts is your preference. Interesting. Do the weirdest one. Okay, let's see if we can be very literal. I didn't type the word chloroplast, so we aren't going with that one. Tell you what, we want a weird one. These ones require context. Deep sea Octanguiped, that one's fun. You know what? This is the weirdest one. This is the weirdest one. The seraphim. You know what? Seraphim. The Vagile Multigelatipalm. Let's read this one. Fuck it. we were watching the previous video. We know what the Multigelatipalms are. Let's go ahead and read. Alright, I'm gonna read aloud with my fruity ass voice. Let's go, shall we? The Multigelatipalms are often found in deeper waters. Those grazing the liminal deserts, context, open water, basically, rather than perched high above them. Each branch of the torso, it looks like a bag, little guys on it. Let me just get the fucking picture. Get the picture, Sedge. This thing. Context. Alright, let's go back to light mode, Sage. While most multigelatipalms expand a steady stream of exhaled water through their single vent, the booty hole, some have evolved the behavior to gulp and exhale every gill basket at once. An excessively powerful blast of water dislodges and disorients would-be pests and attackers targeting this weak spot. As cover crawlers of the liminal deserts have become larger and their jaws more formidable, the multigelatipalm defense has evolved into propelling themselves high into the water column. Those able to keep themselves away from their benthic predators for longer and control their jets well enough to resettle onto a prime spot after descending will be rewarded by the course of natural selection handsomely. This feedback loop may eventually result in a multigelatipalm which is no longer tied to the sea floor. And now we begin to see, like, this is the whole thing in general is kind of confusing without the visuals. So we're just gonna imagine I'm like levitating it up. Whoa, what hand motion was that, Candy Eggs? Holy shit. Looks nervously said you didn't watch any of the videos in depth. That is okay. It's hard for you to watch long videos. Oh, don't worry about it, friends. Like, these are really long videos. It's perfectly fine to be here for the hangout stream. Parasite Guy loves pigment. Oh, hi, Parasite Guy. I'm sorry I said hi, Parasite Gay. That was a typo that I realized was there like days later. And it's really funny that I typed hi, Parasite Gay. But it is what it is. Free floating. Okay. Among the angels is a different thing that swims. And the devils that prey upon them, seraphim. This thing. Not this thing. Seraphim. This fucker. Among the angels and the devils that prey upon them, seraphim fly untethered, free to bask in the glory of their star. Vagile multigelatimals filter feed at the warm equatorial surface of Lapis's mid-waters. Vagile means able to freely move about. It just also looks like a reproductive system. A centralized body has tagmatized, that's the good word from earlier, from banded muscles around the anus and hold fast. What? This strange creature? Tagmatized? Anus creature? Anus so cool? Oh, I'm so stupid. Are these the ones that the fart propulsion? This is indeed the fart propulsion. This is the fart propulsion. Okay. Tagmatized from banded muscles around the anus and hold fast. Within the stiff, armored chest lies the organism's collective gut. A plate-like horn projects above the mouthless head and is reflected ventrally, right before terminating the torso with a highly mobile, tail-like siphon. Undulating breaths along each cascading wing of paired gill baskets funnels oxygen, food particles, and an absurd amount of water down to the modified hold fast. Gallons of exhaled water are gushed out of the siphon at once, lurching this strange entity forward every few moments. Flat horns act as stabilizing fins, preventing the creature from rolling helplessly. The wings, which could be called feeding arms, are airfoils. They keep the creature aloft and moving forward between bursts of speed. The only caveat being that the seraphim must be constantly moving forward to maintain consistent depth. Holy shit, guys. The fucking anus pussy creature. This is the level of maturity that we're dealing with. How do the creatures poop? This one poops by anus. Is this thing, this hole? Anus so cool, how dare you? I can't hold in the puns. I can't hold in the puns, dude. We love our favorite human being. Thank you. Oh, my posture is so fucking bad. Sit better, you bitch. Majestic as ever. Some revolver guy. Awesome parasite guy. 6'4" Crusader. Wait, hold on. The Seraphim looks like a featherless biped and therefore a man. Oh my god. Kinda does. Honestly. Every time I try and make things look like really weird, and alien, I guess, like the most alien designs, it kind of just ends up looking like genitals and like reproductive organs. Like this is, I can't say that it's not just like a uterus. That's what it looks like. The vagile was unrelated, but a perfect name for it. I'm starting to get a headache. My glasses aren't working too well. Do. It looks like it should be stir fried. Ew. This probably is like goop. Like I guarantee this creature's muscle is like snot. This would be like the worst tasting thing ever. It's got like a gross eye on it too. Candy, treat my creations with respect. No. Hatsune Miku's ancient alien ancestor evil. Like xenomorphs. Xenomorph version of this thing would go hard. Comment a lot gaming. It's a dumb question. Dumb questions don't exist unless I'm asking them. Probably answer better the videos, but are the fauna all Cambrian level stuff? So that is an excellent question. Part of what I wanted to do with this project was sort of avoid like typical pitfalls in in alien projects, evolution alien projects. That being that I don't want to like directly copy Earth's series of things, right? Like the epochs. So it's not so much that it's like that we have the Ediacaran and then we have the Cambrian and then we have the thing that comes after Cambrian, the Ordovician or whatever it is. It's much more supposed to build on itself naturally. Like technically, I guess you could say that, I mean, I basically did the Ediacaran, right? It's basically the Ediacaran. But then after that, I guess you could say it's like the Cambrian because they have like swimmy thingies and eye thingies. But at the same time, the episodes that this one is and the following episode, they aren't so much a progression of the epochs. The next episode after this one is just going to be the Piscean Age, the Piscean Age Part 2. So it's not so much one-to-one. I'm going to be doing things very, very oddly, I guess, because I've said it before. The project isn't so much meant to be like, this is the Spec Evo project, or this is like the fucking series of shit I'm gonna do. It's sort of like it started out pretty much exactly the same as Earth, and we're seeing how it is going to like diverge from that. Like the beginning was essentially the same, other than it spending like a bajillion years with only microbial things. Like that's the only big difference in the beginning. Like some people were pointing out when we were watching the Intermission video, they're basically just rangiomorphs. And that's pretty much it. Like, it just, like, takes this route and it diverges away from it. And it's sort of fun to just, like, not plan anything too far ahead and just see where it goes, where it takes it. Because Lapis is called the Lapis Project because the ocean is blue and the plants are yellow. So when the plants colonize land, it's gonna make the planet look like it's a bit of lapis lazuli with the dark, like, cobalt blue and then the little flecks of gold in it. And that's why it's called that. But I'm not necessarily going to go in the order that things did on Earth. Like, I'm not going to go like, oh, well, here's the Ordovician, and then here's the Devonian, and then here's the fucking this thing, and then etc. It's just kind of, like, gonna continue building on itself in, I guess, a natural way. Hopefully that makes sense. But I guess, like, you could consider it to be Cambrian right now because things are swimmies and things have eyes. Liam asks, is it an explosion of diversity, though? Now we get to talk about some fun stuff, because I'm a fucking nerd. So the Cambrian explosion is kind of a misnomer. It's not... So the reason is it's been, like, touted as a Cambrian explosion is because that's when we, like, suddenly, finger quotes, find ancestors of, like, they can be traced, like, all the extant groups can be traced to stuff from the Cambrian. And the reason for that isn't necessarily that the Cambrian explosion, like, was a literal explosion of diversity, and more so that it's just, like, a period of time that we have access to. Because
it's not very well understood exactly how the Ediacaran melted into the Cambrian, but the main difference is what I've talked about in my silly little video, where the substrate can be turned over by creatures. Like, the creatures can alter the substrate and bore through it and ruin it, and that sort of caused a mass extinction, and it's through that mass extinction that we lose all these groups, like the rangiomorphs and stuff, and then we see the rise of these new groups. And because fossils are so rare of these soft-bodied animals, we don't really have transitional forms for them, so it kind of appears like there's suddenly all of this stuff, because in certain places like the Burgess Shale and other locations like that, where you have these soft-bodied fossils, it suddenly looks like there's a million different things, which is like a bit of a misnomer, because there's always an immense diversity of life, no matter when you are looking at. It's just that the rarity of fossiliferous rock that we have of these different times that actually like has shit in it that we can see, it gives this illusion that it's like, oh, there's only these things, and then we go one step further and now there's all these things. It's sort of like everything did exist, and it just sort of like slowly branches itself off, and we just have like this timestamp of this place and this timestamp. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, the Cambrian explosion isn't so much like an actual space and time where things are all diversifying after not doing that. It's more so like we have very good fossil formations from that time period that show us a bunch of different shit. I just droned on about that. That was a very terrible explanation. Hopefully that made any sense at all. Andrew says, this shows a lot about how dirty you think. I'm actually ace. I'm gray ace, I guess you could say. We don't need to talk about candy eggs and sexuality. But it is weird, because I designed them to look frightening and disturbing on purpose, and my brain just keeps giving these sorts of like responses. It's like, oh, you want it to be kind of gross looking? I know what to do. Comment on Lock Gaming. Can you educate me more so I know how to avoid these pitfalls? It's less about like education, I guess, with the, assuming I know what you meant by this. It's less pitfall, or let me restart that. It's starting to get eepy. It's less like knowledge that is required, and more just understanding that the world building and like the scientific exercise, I guess you could say, of Spec Evo projects, they don't have to follow stages. Like, we only have Earth as an example, which sounds like an obvious statement, but when you really start to think about it, it's just one way of things turning out. Like with Lapis, I made it so it stayed like single cells and like weirdly advanced single cells like the exoforams for like 1 billion years. Just because Earth stayed in a phase, I think it's called the Archaean, I don't remember. It stayed in a phase of single-celled life for a really long time, and then just suddenly sort of cellular things evolved, and then they're like big enough for us to actually know what they look like because of fossils. It's kind of like that, where it's just like, here's very large structures all of a sudden. Now it's things that most people would care about. So on my silly little project, I did that for an absurdly long time, like just a ridiculously long time, just to be like, Earth could have done this way later. It could have never done this. Like, if we find another planet with life on it, it probably is really incredibly boring. But, Earth is sort of like a guideline, if you think about it, for your projects, if you want to do projects. You don't have to follow it at all. Things don't have to go on to land. If you find an alien planet, who's to say that it's not, like, in the Cambrian? Who's to say it's not in the Ediacaran? Who's to say that those time periods even need to end? Right? If the land is inhospitable at the time, the land is inhospitable at the time. It's just stuff like that. My brain is working so slow. I feel like I am not explaining anything very well, so I keep, like, stepping over it and reiterating. My point being, just make shit up. It doesn't have to match the Earth at all. You can have things be, like, almost immediately on land if you really wanted to. Just be like, oh, life emerged in a puddle, and then now they left the puddle. I don't know. I'm not very coherent right now. Like, how early is life here? I guess I already talked about that already. The eyes are the healthiest part. Can you educate? I said that. Episode 3 is like the Ediacaran Cambrian transition, basically. You know, the hard-shelled stuff. If you're sleepy, you can rest. No. I don't want to sleep. Terran. I'm talking about the point of, do we have definitively, I took off my glasses, different things as different as bony fish, sponges, crustaceans, arthropods, tetrapods. Oh, so, like, assuming you mean, like, this project, I do have main clades now. Like, there always are main clades. Like, in the very first episode, you had I named them. The Xanthophyliferans and the Exotheres. Those were, like, the main groups. And then as you progress to the next episode, then there's, like, new main groups, etc. But in regards to, like, the long future of the project, stuff like the Octanguipeds, these are forever. This is kind of like crustacean level of organization. This is the kind of thing that is not going to go away unless something really terrible happens. So in that sense, we are in, like, the Cambrian type thing where we have these ancestral versions of groups that will be around for a long ass time in these body plans and whatever. I have no brain cells either. I ate all of your brain cells. Now nobody has them. I simply love eating brain cells. You know what? Let's watch the animations. Animation. Or wait, no, it's called loop. Open file location. Done. So we're gonna look at the loop animations we have. Get ready for a supernova mass extinction. Oh no. They will leave when life on this planet is gone. Alala. Alala. Anyways. Here's some fucking loops. Here's some loops. Look at that thing go. In fact, let's play that one again. Look at that thing. The breathing guy. There's a fun one. Oh yeah, look at that. I wonder what's gonna happen in this one. I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh shit, do you see that? Oh shit, what the fuck is that thing? Let's watch that again. Look here. There it is. This is my least favorite of the animations.
Kind of looks really bad, but my computer crashes, or the program crashes so much. Krita is a terrible program for animation. Oh, here's the good version. Here's the good version. Look over in this corner. Oh shit, there it is. Okay, let me rewind it so we can actually see. Look at that left corner. Oh wait, I think my face is over it. My face is over it. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Oh yeah, you can see it now. Shit. You know what? That's close enough. What is that? What is it? What is it doing? We'll see when the video comes out. Whoa. Wow. Let me bring my face back. Wow. How far have you planned ahead? Like, is the series planned out to end a few episodes ahead, or are you doing episode 4 right now? I'm kind of just doing episode 4 right now. One of my main goals for the project... I'm so dark. Nobody can see me. One of my main goals for the project was to just sort of, like, ad-lib it in as natural of a way as possible. Like, I just kind of go, like... Okay, so here's some niches I want to talk about. I'm going to force one of these motherfuckers to be in this niche. And I found that it's like a surprisingly effective way to get really good diversity and really convincing body shapes by just going like, okay, I need fucking this thing. I need something to be a pelagic predator of this creature. And then I sort of take my existing groups and I go, which one of these little shits is going to be forced into this role? And I think that's really fun. Really, again, everything for this episode is done already. I just need to write it and then finish the episode. But for the next episode, I don't have very many things planned ahead of time. I kind of just start thinking about random shit and then build off of that. But one of the main things in the next episode is something is going to fly. Things are going to fly, or I guess glide, before things get onto land. And the first things that can breathe air are going to be things that can fly. Or I mean, just jump really high and be like gliding. That is the only thing I have like really solidly planned. I haven't decided which one of these motherfuckers it's gonna be. But one of them's gonna start flying. And we'll get there when we get there. Andrew feels like a drug addict getting their fix. Oh my goodness. I'm glad you'll enjoy this project. Unfortunately, with the spoiler stream, like, we've seen a lot. Like, there's not very much other than, like, the specifics of each creature and then the editing of the video. But it'll be out eventually. One of the little guy in the middle of the picture. The little guy in the middle of the picture is a water cow finworm. This is a finworm. No shit, look at that thing. Let's go back and watch that again. My computer crashed in the middle of making this. Like, my computer crashed and deleted this animation file, and I almost, like, crashed out. Turns out, if your computer creates a backup file and the backup file is corrupted, just manually retype the backup file's name. And it worked. But yeah, this is a water cow finworm. This is a finworm. Something interesting with the finworms that I neglected to talk about when I introduced them and that I really clarify in this episode is that finworms have little tiny dermal bones. And then more derived ones like this, they have a dermal skeleton like sea stars have, where they have a million little like interlocking pieces, right? So these creatures, they have bones, but they're not like vertebrates. One of the biggest, I don't want to say pitfalls again, but one of the biggest tropes in Spec Evo that I don't really like is doing endoskeletons the way that vertebrates are, where it's like protecting their spine thing. What's it called? Notochord? Something like that. There's a lot of different ways to do skeletons, especially endoskeletons, and I think the way that sea stars do it is very interesting because, like sea stars, these little made-up creatures, the finworms,
they have these interlocking bones, and they can expand and contract their bodies in the same way that things like octopus can, except they have bones, they have armor, they have leverage on their own bodies with their musculature. So like this creature can just crunch itself into this rock and then just expand itself, and now nothing can get it out. It doesn't want to come out. And yeah. Oh, we already watched this one. Let's watch a different one. Oh yes. Oh yes, look at that. Look at that go. It's slowly sliding to the side. I didn't notice that. I can't fix it. It's too late to fix it. These files are so immense that my computer like actually like takes like a full minute to save every time. It's incredibly frustrating to do these animations, so I hope everyone really appreciates it. Little shits. The deity describes their own creation. Yeah. Not thinking on the far future like evolution is. Exactly. Like if it comes to the creatures like not being adapted to what I want them to do in the next episode, I just kill them. The only things that have avoided this is the Lepiscus, which originally was going to go extinct. The whole line of Lepiscus, the first thing to gain eyes, was going to go extinct. And people really liked it. People really liked it in the previous episode, which is cool. I like that people have an attachment to one of the things. And solely because of that, their lineage still exists. Like they gained my favor, so they still are alive. The Lepiscus itself is gonna go extinct eventually in the next episode, probably. But for now, it has two different lines of descent, so it's gonna keep going. The finworm in the middle doesn't look good. What is it, ominous? Is it ominous? It's just a little guy. It's just a little guy. It's also not a fish. You'll have seen the zipper eyes already. The zipper eyes are the fish. The finworms aren't really fish. Oh yeah, did you guys like how it fucking looks with its eyes? That took forever. It doesn't even look very nice. It just looks at the thing with his creepy little pufferfish eyes. Yeah, now I'm just watching it. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about completely. I got distracted. Yeah, that guy steamed with butter could be served at a fancy restaurant. You might not need butter because this thing, this fucking, the wiggle woogle. You know what? This is the spoiler stream. We're just gonna look at it. That's not what I clicked on. This thing, the wiggle woogler, the common Octanguiped. These things, they have like muscle in their legs, obviously, but it's kind of like a tube of muscle, like the body muscles of worms, with like the coelom in the middle, the body cavity. But the body cavity is like entirely filled with fat storage, because like they have this shell, like the underside is a shell and the overside is a shell, and that means that they have to have this water space for their stomach, so they can't afford to like fill it with fat storage. So all the fat storage is in their legs. So like, you don't need butter with this. You don't need butter. You just put the whole ass thing in there, and it's fantastic. Of course, looking at it this close, you realize this is a disgusting monstrosity, isn't it? Look at that. It's got weird little teeth, grabby hands. What the shit? Also, it's got breathy holes. This one doesn't have eyes, but the relatives do. I'm really proud of the shading on this. This looks really cool. I think this is probably the best drawing that I did for this episode, and it was one of the first ones. I spent way longer on this than I should have. It also used to be green,
Now it's like brown. This took absolutely forever, but I love how it turned out. It really just feels like a creature. Also, with drawing this, it really made me realize, like, drawing radial creatures is kind of interesting, because you have, the limbs are the same, right? So you have 8 limbs. You can draw them in 8 different ways. So with this one drawing, like, most of the limbs are just standing as they would normally stand. This one's a bit stretched out. But then you have this one reaching forward with the open foot so you can see the underside of the foot. This one with the foot closed so you can see what the underside of the foot looks closed. This one with the foot closed but from the side so you can see what that looks like. And then you get like all these different angles so you can just see everything. It's interesting. I looked at a lot of... I'm just gonna go get another image. Hold on. When where the fuck did it go? Oh, it's in here. Finworm. No, not the finworm. The Octanguiped anatomy. I spent a lot of time like going over what radially symmetric organisms look like in diagrams, and it was not consistent at all. There isn't a consistent way to do it. So I kind of had to make one up that would be effective. It's interesting because like the organs are, a lot of them are radial as well, but some of them aren't radial. Like this nub is the brain. Like there's a central brain, but it's not in the center. It's interesting. Also, here's the... Oh my gosh, I'm being really gross. I'm sorry. Here's the leggy with the fat in it. Interesting. Especially when you cut it in half, like, you see the same pieces from different angles. It's interesting. It's really neat. Here's the gill ring. A fucking liver type device. The gonad, which is only one of the mouths, is attaches to the mouth and then they make out with each other. That's how they do it. This is something that's gotta be seared. Love looking at that thing. Which one would you eat the most? I think this one. Well, the common Octanguiped is probably better, because this one has like a ganglion in it, and that kind of disturbs me. Granted, there's like no meat on it other than the leggy piece, so like I'm imagining the leggy piece, but it's like the only other stuff would be the jaw, and that's kind of gross. Skin removed, hard bits and undesirables. Dice sauteed, high heat with herbs. Well, now I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna go and make a fucking sandwich at 11 at night. Oh my god, it's 11 at night. I didn't work on this project as much as I meant to. I wrote like 5 pages, but I probably should have done more. It's hard to write. It's hard to write. I'm not too proud of the bits that we did during the stream and the bits that I did right before the stream, but I can always rewrite bits and bobs. I want to finish this fucking project. Or this episode. I've been working on this for over a year. I'm a girl now. That's how long it's been. I mean, I always was. I knew I was trans for like 6-7 years, but you know what I mean. I'm on estrogen for over a year, and this video is not done. I need it to be done. Oh my god. I'm gonna explode. How are you guys watching this? I'm so annoying. The inside is like a sea urchin. It is like a sea urchin. People eat sea urchins, but they just eat the gonad. It's just kind of gross, but like it looks like the tastiest part. I'll give it that. Would eat them just in case they're mirror life. What's mirror life? That sounds familiar. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here, and I'm mirrored. Or am I? Cottagebot would like to do a fantasy world entirely focused around culinary culture. That's so fun. But I don't know a dragon or something would taste. That's an interesting idea. If you've ever seen Dungeon Meshi, that's a great show that's sort of along those lines. I think doing it with an alien planet would be really fun. Like, there are ways. Like, I know with fish, you can't eat things like barracuda because they're so high up on the food chain. Like, they eat other carnivores that there's like a deadly amount of nickel or fucking something in them. Hey, it's GT. GT. Could a human even eat one of your creatures? In his newest video, Bibluridian said you probably can't. Oh, we were talking about Bibluridian earlier. I'm so sad that series is over. But yeah, that was a really interesting video. But in my definitely canon and real life opinion, because source my brain, source I made it up, I think we can eat them. I mean, almost definitely not, but it was fun to imagine, and I like imagining it. Also, when I was 3D we're gonna look at another spoiler. We're gonna look at another spoiler real quick, because this is the tastiest fucking creature I have ever created. I got really hungry when I was 3D modeling this, because it just looks edible. Look at this thing. It looks like it's tasty. Look at it. You put butter on it and you can eat it. Also, everyone be like, this is my favorite creature that I've made for this episode, by the way. This is my favorite one. This fucking thing that doesn't even have a name yet because I haven't written the part about it yet. It's the mega herbivore Octanguiped right now. Look at it. Look at it. It has simple eyes right there and a compound eye on each of its knees. It looks biteable. Look at this thing. That looks tasty as hell. Also, 3D modeling is really helpful for this sort of thing because you can create really realistic counter shading. Like, I just rotated it to look at it from above. Like right here. All the top is black. All the bottom is white. And just by doing that, you get this very realistic patterning. And I love it. Also, like, a lot of the complicated radial creatures I'm going to be doing in 3D because it's just infinitely easier to do it that way. It is incredibly difficult to draw these fuckers. I hate repeating patterns in drawing. I don't know why I decided to make them look like this. But I forced myself how to learn Blender to prevent myself from having to do that. That's a boss battle waiting to fight. Yeah, this thing is gonna be one of the biggest things. Probably the biggest thing when it's all done and dusted. It's gonna be like at least like 3 feet tall. Like, this is the kind of thing you could like sit on top of it and ride it in the water. That's a crab where every leg is a claw. Exactly, the fucking best part of it. It's just extra tasty. It just looks good. Until you think about it too long, and it's like, this would probably be like the consistency of a caterpillar. And I don't like that very much. Because this isn't a shell, really. Like it's got hard parts, so it's probably like there are plates in here. But it's kind of just like a goop skeleton. And that's not too good. Also, my favorite part of this creature and my favorite part of these radial creatures with multiple eyes is that you can see pareidolia, what is it? Where you see faces. You can see multiple faces in it. Like, look, eye, mouth. Now it looks kind of cute and funny. But then we rotate it just slightly and we see eye, mouth. Or even then, just like, we look at it from this side. It's fucking scary from the one eye. But when you see it as 2 eyes, it looks like a fucking Muppet. It's neat. I love this thing. I'm so proud of this thing. The only reason I'm showing it is this is like the ultimate spoiler stream, and we've been hanging out doing fucking nothing. So we might as well look at some cool shit, right? Perspective. Okay, anyways. We're gonna look at this thing now. Oh, yes. Wait, isn't that the anus face spider? It's the pussy face spider. The vulva face spider is basically what it is. It's, it was one of these things, the Octanguipeds. Cooked, it'll be like imitation crab. Maybe. Imitation crab makes me feel really sick. Like, no joke. Who was that mammoth big bird? Like, that's... What? Who? Oh! The Snuffleupagus, yeah. At least I'm pretty sure that's the thing from Sesame Street. I think it is. Oof, I'm getting pretty tired. I'm probably gonna need to go pretty soon. Why is that one tasty but the other one isn't? Is all tasty is relative. I do feel like those... The Octanguipeds would be the most tasty. I think... What's the least tasty? Probably fucking that thing. That looks terrible. It's also like tiny. You know what else would be terrible? The thing that's literally made of poison. I mean venom. It does still look kind of tasty, but it would taste bad. What's another great thing? The ultimate spoiler stream. I'm so sorry if you don't want spoilers. I don't know. I think I'm gonna like not put this one in the playlist just so people can't see it afterward, because we're just like staring at fucking all of them. Here's the thing from the animation and the whole. Neat. I like that thing. Here's a weird thing. I showed this one in an image, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if people follow my Instagram, they've seen the zipper eye. This is the fish. This is the actual fish. This is like my second favorite drawing from the episode, I think. It just looks very, very glossy and nice and smooth, and I want to touch it. Like, I like how this part looks slightly rough and this part looks all smooth and like reflective a little bit. I think it turned out pretty well. And then it's got like these tiny little grape eyes. Or they look like blueberries, I guess. And I like this little neat little pattern. Oh yeah, somebody asked earlier what's my secret to making like the alien designs, and it kind of does just come down to the fact that I don't plan them ahead very much. Like this body plan, generally I had planned ahead, but I didn't know what would be in this shape. Like you kind of see the fin worms could also be in this like exact configuration, but the tail goes the other way with the grabby bits at the front. But I just kind of like iterate off of stuff that I already made. And I think one of the biggest parts of making things look convincing is the patterning. Like this is designed to be in the open water and is camouflaged for that. It swims near the surface, so it's more important that it be white because things are going to be hunting it from below. So if you're like a white shark, like a great white shark, it's more important that the top be black because you're the one being under things. But if you're the one that is above the things and the things underneath you are what's going to eat you, it's more important that you be white. Like, that's why so many seabirds are white, is because the seabirds themselves, they aren't attacking things from below, they're attacking things from above. So it's only important that they camouflage from below. And that's just cool. Like, you'll see a lot of art of things like Pteranodon and other sea pterosaurs where they're just like random patterns of random colors, but they were probably just white. Because they're attacking things, the fish, from above. So all they have to be is to camouflage with that lighting, so they just need to be white. And that's cool, right? Like, you see it from the side, it still needs this counter shading, but it's mostly white because that underside is the most important part. Things like white sharks, you can see them very clearly from the side because they are always going to be either above or below something. They're not just sitting there all at the same level as everything else because the water is very deep. And then, like, the fucking thing from before. Where is it? Did I just not put it? I didn't give it a picture. No, there it is. This thing. All of the top side is this dark red color, and all of the underside is this beige color. And it creates this very realistic patterning just by doing the coloration relatively realistically. Like, it has these white marks on here just as a little bit of flavor. But generally, you want to do as little of coloration and patterning as is possible. Like, this thing, it just kind of has markings on its shell. And this thing, it just kind of has sand camouflage. But then, like, parts of its body that are shaded have this white again. Like, there's this white space because the bell is held above it, and it casts a little shadow over its face. And then shit like this zipper eye, it has this camouflage because it camouflages with the tall leaves. And you just sort of look at fish and stuff, look at creatures that live in these sorts of environments, like fish that live in kelp type things. They can have these kind of striped patterns where you have this like bright edge and then the like darker inside because it looks like kelp essentially. And you get really pretty, really convincing things once you consider that these are creatures that need to be camouflaged in some way. Almost nothing is actually just like random colors and patterns. Almost all the time there is perfectly good reason for it. And even with a lot of the marine like reef fish that you'd think of, a lot of them are colored really brightly and with really patterned appearances for dazzle camouflage. Not just for being fancy. This is another example. The whole top side is black and the whole underside is white, but when you consider the shape that it is and the way that light would hit it in the open water, you get this whole shelf above its head that's white, and it's pretty. There's this black space here because this projects outward more, so it would need to be black to not give this bright, obvious shine in the light. That's my long-winded explanation of doing the patterns realistically is the easiest way to make things look really realistic. Everything is edible to people. I do sound sleepy. How big is the sus face? This one isn't very big. It's like 1 foot wide, I think. But the real big one, that 3D one that I keep going off about how much I like it, I think that one's gonna be like 3 feet tall. Yeah, the difference between a max size 1 inch or 1 foot is a major factor. None of it's locked in stone yet. Some of them I have quoted like sizes randomly in the text or in the script, but all of it's like floating around aimlessly until I actually make the scale chart. Like if I look at the scale chart from the previous episode, which I should have fucking somewhere, miscellaneous, here it is. Like, here's the size chart of the last episode. Like, look how fucking tiny most of the shit is. I love this scene because you can just imagine them going by and then you just go and it's dead now. Big worm. This was a fun one. I purposely made the burrow worm look like bigger than the fin worm just because people wouldn't expect that. And also, like, this is so early on in the planet's history that it's like, yeah, the regular ass earthworm type thing can be that big because what's gonna eat it? You got these little tiny ones. Here's a picture of me and Lux, my Moirel. There we are. I have, like, converged on this hairstyle again. But yeah, the Lepiscus is really big. It's like basically just a floaty thing, but still. Yeah. I need to make a new one of this. This is kind of really ugly. I went to school for graphic design, and I hate graphic design, and you can tell because it's fucking terrible looking. I need to, like, find a style. I like the style from, this. Yeah, that's right. We bring this back. I might try and, like, get this kind of style where I got, like, the sprite art and stuff. Kind of bring that into the new size chart, but I don't know. I don't know. It is really weird to see these all to scale. Like, here's the tiny ones over here. All to scale with all these things, because it's like, it feels so much more empty when you really put into perspective, like, the small things and then the big things. And I think that's something really important for Spec Evo projects, is people always want to focus on, this is a huge giant thing, this is a huge giant plant, this is a huge giant creature. But you kind of need to have, like, appropriate amounts of small things to make the big things actually seem big. You know? Yeah. A local species of fish is just solid orange and you don't know why. Now it could be, here's something cool. Light in the ocean especially, I'm gonna assume it's in the ocean. Water is blue because water basically eats light that isn't blue. And therefore things that are orange absorb blue. And they reflect out any of that orange light. Orange is one of the first colors that gets snuffed out by water. So when the creature is in its actual context, orange in deep enough water is just gray. It's just like flat, perfectly the color of the environment gray. And that's cool. That's why a lot of really deep sea organisms, especially crustaceans, are just like bright orange and bright red. It's because in their context, the red and orange light doesn't go far enough to reach them. So they're basically colorless. Anyways, that's my assumption. Oh, 6'4" Crusader is doing a lesson. Good luck. Also, good night. I think it's very educational. Thank you, Liam. I'm glad. Looks like a scientific presentation. Thank you, Goodrick. It kind of does. It kind of does. All of my graphic design looks like a children's website from the 90s. I kind of hate it. I do think it looks terrible, though. The only reason that this is even in the video is because I was like, I need to fucking be done with this episode. I just breathed in my hair again. How old is Lapis at this point? Well, that's an excellent question. Lapis is like 1 billion years old, plus some millions of years after the complex life emerged. It's like 4 billion years or something, that random ass number. Basically, Lapis is really fucking old, and its star is going to be the reason that everything dies. Like, when Lapis formed, it was at threat of being frozen completely, and now it's just gonna keep getting hotter forever. And I am very excited for this. Like, Lapis has been around for so long, that a significant amount of its water just has left. Like, its star has blasted it so fucking hard that it just loses atmosphere and it loses water. And it's gone now. Like, that's how old it is. It was a planet that was, like, completely concealed in water and completely concealed in atmosphere, and now so much of it is gone. And I think that's really cool. Because on Earth, life and even complex life emerged so soon that I really wanted to make it so, like, on Lapis, it just does not have as much time as Earth does. That's a bit of spoilery territory, but I don't know how long this project is going to go on, and I'm probably not going to give actual numbers of millions of years. But that's the idea. Like, I talk a lot about in this series that, like, the hypothetical paleontologists or whatever, and talking about the fossils, and, like, there's a fossil in this picture. I gesture with my hand like y'all are in the room with me. I don't know if I want to say this. Fuck it. This is the ultimate spoiler stream. We're gonna say the ultimate spoiler, and then we're gonna end the stream. Ultimate spoiler. Everyone close your ears for like 2 minutes if you don't want to hear, because we're doing the ultimate spoiler. Skip ahead 2 minutes. The way that we talk about Lapis is in an omnipotent sense. Like, we know more than the hypothetical researchers would. The hypothetical researchers are going to be humans. Humans have sent the little space probe to Lapis, and have since, after like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, reached it and are researching its fossils. And there's fucking nothing left. It's nothing but its return to single cells. And that's all that will be of Lapis in the end. That's how it will end. Is all of the macrobiological life is just gone. And there's only fossils. And then it's sort of going to reframe the project into being like, this is an example of what it could have been like. Or something. Anyways, end of the big spoiler. End of the big spoiler. That was just always the idea. Short-lived planet. That's a big sad, not gonna lie. It is. It is. Because it's like, I'm always fascinated how, like, the Mesozoic was supposed to keep going. The Mesozoic wasn't done. The sauropods had perfected themselves. The sauropods were basically the same for a very long time, but things like the ceratopsids, those were new. Where were the ceratopsids going? Like, their tails just kept getting shorter, and they kept becoming more square and more mammalian-like. Different groups of dinosaurs had, like, actually successfully created incredibly efficient chewing batteries and such. Where was that fucking going? It's so disappointing that it just ended, you know? And I wanted to end Lapis like that, to where it's like, you can see that it can still go, and then it's just, it's gone. Can't do anything about it. There's just something so, like, poetic about it, you know? Yeah. I watch Walking with Dinosaurs. What's my favorite Synapsids and Spec Evo projects? My favorite Spec Evo project is probably Expedition by Wayne Barlow. It's not like the most rigorous thing in the world, but my favorite part about Expedition, which just isn't in the animated version, is that life was discovered on the planet because a creature, which is so large that it is visible in the space photograph. Like, you can see it barely. It's like 20 pixels tall, but you can see that there is a giant fucking creature in the image of this planet, and I find that to be, like, the most fascinating thing in the world. Also, the fact that Expedition's planet, Darwin 4, it is, like,
directly after a mass extinction. It doesn't tell us anything about it, but it's exploring this world that like just very recently went through something completely fucking terrible, and it's recovering from that. Almost all the world is like this barren desert area, and like all the water in the world is contained in this little tiny thing that's like the last remnant of the oceans that used to cover the whole world. And like I was saying before, it's a little planet, so its star blew away most of its atmosphere and most of its water. And I find that just absolutely fascinating. Like, this is a place where just recently something terrible happened, and we don't know what it was. We can only see the ecosystem as it is, and it treats it as the current ecosystem, like as the way it always was, because that's what it's like. Like, after the Permian extinction, it's not like the world knew that something terrible happened. It just recovers itself. So if aliens were to visit after the Permian extinction, they'd just be like, well, this is how it always was. It just was always like this. It was always barren. There was always these creatures that are clearly related to each other. It's cool. It's cool. And part of the reason that those mass extinctions are interesting is that's how you get creatures that look entirely different from each other. Birds don't look anything like mammals because we don't have the transitional mammals. We don't have the transitional birds like dinosaurs. Those don't exist anymore because the mass extinctions got rid of them. So on Darwin 4, you have these animals that look like they're clearly like the same group, like tetrapod equivalents, but they are not related to each other at all outside from that. They have like completely different body plans and completely different everything. And I think that's wonderful, and I've talked about it too much. The movie has an Iceland type region that has a ton of water. That's true. So just yawn on all of you. Just yawn. Because they filmed in Iceland. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to go take my estrogen and go the fuck to sleep. But I want to eat a sandwich, so I'm going to fucking do that. That's right. I have transcended gender. I'm making my own fucking sandwich. I'm so funny. Anyways, that's basically it. Thank you all for participating. Now you can see me. Thank you all for participating in the fucking shit post spoiler stream. We barely worked on this. Cottage Batch, you are very cool. You have a good night. Okay. I appreciate having you here. I appreciate having everybody here. It's always weird to have people actually show up for this. Like, every time I start, there's nobody, and then I just kind of, like, talk to myself for a while. I appreciate people for staying during the phone call and everything. It was a bit of a shit show, like I said, but y'all are cool. Good night, GT. Good night, Liam. I don't know what these crowns mean. These purple crowns. I don't know. If I had to estimate when the episode's gonna come out, I want to say in like 2 months. No promises, but I want it to be fucking done. And then once it is done, I'm going to take like at least a month off and not fucking work on it anymore. Because I didn't have that time to not work on it in between episodes. So it feels like this and the last episode are the same thing. Anyways. Read my comic Tantum's Construct. Read Tantum's Construct on Webtoon. Bye. Many thanks to you, Dennis. I'm just reading shit now. Bye, everybody. Mwah. Mwah. Bye. How do I stop streaming? Oh, it's the button. It's the button that says stop streaming. I'm so funny.